Welcome one, welcome all. We are back with Low Ink, kicking things off in day two here. We're going to be taking a look at Winners Bracket round 1.2, but before we get too far ahead in that department, my name is Rocket, and joining me is the one and only Topic. How are you doing today, Topic?
Hello, hello. I'm doing great. Just recently, the New York Knicks did win. So that is making me feel pretty good, pretty great, especially about next Wednesday. So any basketball fans out there, New York on top.
I know you and Popgun will probably have some interesting conversations in that department, because I do believe he is a Pacers fan, so that can get some
Ooh,
conversation going.
Knicks in four.
We'll just have to wait and see how Popgun reacts to that, at least in the second half of this. But as you see on our screen here, this is the top of the top cut in Alpha Bracket here. A lot of familiar names and a lot of Cinderella stories as well. At least the one I'm looking at particularly is on, I believe, Santana against Poor Judgment there. I mean, the highest seed remaining in Poor Judgment, the number one seed in this tournament. We've seen them very, very
Ooh.
often in previous low inks versus the 50th seed, so definitely seeing if that could be potentially something interesting, but we'll be taking a look at 1.2 FUIT Gummy versus Honorbound.
Yeah, FUIT Gummies, Honor Bound. I personally am not too familiar with these teams, Rocket. I believe you have a little more information about these.
I've seen Honorbound around, kind of rhymes there, in the sense of seen them pretty oftenly. I believe I've seen them play in FTAU in that aspect. The only reason I do recognize them is their coach is Luke Skywalker, and as a Star Wars nerd, that's always appreciative. But in terms of their actual comp, it's gonna be kind of a little bit up in the air. I know they've experimented with some things here and there, but just have to wait and see. I do believe they had a so we do expect to see like the typical meta weapons as they splash, just as the paint support. I do remember that was a constant for Honor Bound, but with Fleet Gummies, not really that much information in that aspect. They did go 5 for 6 in their groups run, playing against and doing well against some pretty notable teams, especially getting a 2-1 over the Whip Rays and a 2-1 over Lost Inklings. Very, very familiar teams in that aspect. So if they were able to take victories over them, they're going to be a tough team to fight.
Yeah, tough team to fight indeed. But let's see where these teams are going to start off as we go to game number one, Splat Zones, Mahi Mahi Resort. Now, I personally like this one. I do think it can be a bit favored towards backliners, mainly. I won't say just pencil, mainly because you do have that little snipe area, but also that little not downstairs, the little mid area is very flexible, especially once the water level drops. Like you can have, especially like the splash we talked about earlier, kind of move around, get a little shifty and groovy all they want, because once that water level drops, you have so much just space to work with and some cover to provide some help with that.
Yeah, so much space to work with, but retakes really have to be impactful because you really do not have a lot of opportunities to do so without any specials because of just the nature of the map. I mean, lockouts, snowballs are just so predominant on this map. Just being able to kind of position yourself and just kind of wait for your opponent to drop into your jaws, if you so will say. So you have to really coordinate your retakes well, because one failed retake can be the difference between suddenly you have an 80-50 to all of a sudden now you're losing 30-50 and you have like barely any opportunities left. So these retakes need to be precise for the teams to at least stay in it here. But enough talk, enough speculation. Kicking things off in day one of Low Ink 2025.
Two,
Let's see
day
what
two.
these teams have in store. Oh, day two, excuse me. Let's see what we have in store for us. I'm losing my marbles already.
Yeah, you're fine. Let's see. We're gonna see from Honor Bound. Okay, a not double machine, double slosher comp. I like that. I'm a bit of a slosher player myself, so the machine, the expo, it does make sense, especially with that splash. I'm gonna do a lot of damage on the side of Fleet Gummies. On the other hand, going a lot more aggressive, a lot more mobile comp with the Stamper, with the 52, with the Octo Shot, with the heavy edit. These weapons that can just really use the mobility to their advantage here.
Yeah, and keeping Honorbound is running Clueless with that double sloshers. A lot of poking ability, yes, and some painting ability with that junior, but it doesn't seem like they will need that cooler, as Honor Bound will be the first team into the zone there. They do have that X-Block for Splashdown if necessary. Trip Strikes are going out. A42 just going in with that Zip Caster, seeing if they can get something going here. The Splashdown will be invested just to try to keep hold of the zone here, but already down to the 60-point mark now already. The entire map is now dropped here. You have all this space to work with, and off of that, right on cue, FUIT Gummies will go right back in here and take the zone.
Yeah, FUIT Gummy is looking to go back in, and a very big part of making sure you get a lockout is getting onto the opponent's platform. Like you see right here, you see how far up they're going to go. You see how the the Stamper, the 52, they're all trying to at least kind of funnel the members of Honor Bound into one spot. You see here, as one member is going to go down for Honor Bound, as the lead's going to switch over to the side of FUIT Gummies here. Hunter going in, but the splash and will force them to go out just for now, but they're keeping their lives very helpful. They're keeping the strikes, keeping the stamp, or keeping the Zipcaster at the ready. There we go. Another one's gonna go down for Honor Bound. So FUIT Gummies taking this opportunity and just running with it.
Yes, snowballing indeed here. Already down to the 20-point mark now. It is do or die time for Honor Bound to try to get into it. So you have Terror just trying to see if they can get that Booyah Bomb online here, but they might not have enough time here. FUIT Gummies has the Trip Strikes to try to lock out Honor Bound here. They will be able to contest the zone, yes, but it won't be enough as FUIT Gummy come from behind. They didn't get the first cap onto the zone, but once they were able to, they just held it in their grasp, never let it go, and that is a straight 100-0.
Yeah, and I think what really helped them was that pressure, was this very upfront, in-your-face comp, mainly because it kind of put a lot of pressure onto Honor Bound to make these kind of rash, really quick decisions, you know what I mean? It kind of forced them to take bad fights. It forced them to kind of panic. And when we saw when we used their specials at the kind of like in that middle part there, it wasn't really coordinated. It was, I don't want to say panicky in a way, but it was kind of like, oh, gotta get this guy off of me as quick as possible. Go gadget Booyah Bomb, know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I kind of mentioned it before at the start of that match. This map is very, very notorious for lockout situations because your specials and your coordination needs to be on point, or one mistake, one player going down can prove disastrous for the retake. And we kind of just saw it there, kind of like what you were talking there. But with FUIT Gummies kind of just positioning themselves in such great angles, really being leaving Honor Bound no room to kind of operate and get back in there, it just left them constantly on off their game, just constantly dazed and confused here. But I mean, that's the nature of the map, and FUIT Gummies was able to just kind of take advantage of that. Well, moving to game 2, our counter pick coming in from Honor Bound is TC Haggle.
Okay, you know what? I can see the vision, right? Because, you know, Splat Zone's very stationary, not a lot of movement. Tower control, the complete opposite. You're forced to move. So I think having... I don't know if they keep the explodes thing, but I think having a map where you don't really need to hold one place for too long, that kind of allows them to kind of, I don't want to say like use a lot of their chip damage, because in that first game they had chip damage. They had a lot of it at the ready. But I think the problem was, again, they got really staggered and they got really like separated from each other. So I think having this more this more this kind of mode where you have to kind of go as a team to get the tower, you know, moving, I think that would be really helpful for them.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Honor Bound kind of just stuck with the same weapons here. I mean, their weapons make a lot more sense on this map mode. You have the Junior with the bubble, always a nice special to have in TC, especially with the second checkpoint being so difficult to kind of punch your way through. You have the Explosher and the Sloshing Machine kind of being able to poke at the ledges from underneath, and the Gal always there just to try to take some fights. So I can definitely see the vision here of why they would pick that map. On the side of FUIT Gummies, on the other hand, I mean, I can see their comp working similarly as well. I mean, we saw it pretty much dominantly take that game 1 despite some early bumps in the road here. But remember, this is best of 3, so this is Honor Bound's last chance to kind of bounce back. And with that first game win, FUIT Gummies, in case they lose this game 2, do get the last choice in game 3, the deciding game 3. But of course, they'll try to end it here.
Yeah, but I think the biggest obstacle for FUIT Gummies is going to be that first checkpoint, mainly because if they keep the Explosher, if Honor Bound keeps the Explosher, that is very, very hard to break through because he can sit so far back. He can be so safe while putting on so much pressure onto the tower. But we're going to see here as FUIT Gummy's keeping what they have from the side of Honorbound. Actually going over to the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco, the longest name in the game for no reason whatsoever. As we've seen Phantom going over to a Tetradui, so a lot more, kind of flanky type of weapon. So let's see if that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, interesting choice with the Reef Slider. Not really finding its most value in zones, but maybe or in tower, but maybe being able to get some picks here and there, or just at least try to take space. You see A42 just trying to move in with the Stamper, trying to see if they can take fights. You see that Honorbound did go 3 players down, so FUIT Gummy do have a little bit of space to kind of work with, at least trying to threaten that first check here, but I mean, still, Honorbound is right back there, just trying to see if they can prevent any space. One will be taken out by Hunter's Trip Strikes, but slowly but surely, FUIT Gummy are moving forward.
Oh yeah, that's a really crucial pick right there. Hunter just keeping that Rapid Blaster away from that top right side, because now, as you can see, the tower can kind of get to that first checkpoint. Well, mostly unimpeded, but unfortunately for them, Honorbound is going to be there to stop that. 3 members of FUIT Gummies are going to go down, so very quickly, Honorbound's able to, collect themselves and bounce back here as they're going to start a push of their own. You see Phantom already starting to push up, putting some pressure onto this all-important tent here to kind of keep them away from that, as the tower's going to continue to go, potentially going to get stopped for a little bit here, but still going, and as it's going to be forced off a tower, Booyah Bomb's going to come out as well, so it looks like Honorbound will be the first ones to get to that checkpoint with the bubble on tower.
Yeah, you saw the Reef Slider getting canceled on the side of Honorbound there, so now with that stairs control not really in the position to, Honorbound just has to settle with only getting that first checkpoint. Very nicely done by FUIT Gummy to at least try to prevent the damage, just hold the dam before it was able to get leaked out here. We do see a nice pick on that right side by Hunter, kind of just leading the charge here. They do have the Trip Strikes available to try to move forward. A42 in a great position now, counteractively trying to take that tank control for the side of FUIT Gummy, going in with that Zip Caster, maybe at least trying to cause a distraction, trying to disorientate these members of Honorbound here. But now it is FUIT Gummies now at that first checkpoint.
Yeah, they're back to it, but Honorbound not letting them have it at all. Hunter's going to be here looking for a kill on Tao. Is quite able. Yeah, they're able to get it, though. Warrior, the last member of Honorbound, is going to be here being forced back, forced to pop the whale, getting a kill out of it. Good for them. Looks like we're going to see FUIT Gummy's break through that first checkpoint.
Yes, we are. Now half the match remains here, and still going is FUIT Gummy, continuing to try to extend that lead ever so further. You do see the Tetris going down here yet again. 3 members of FUIT Gummies on this right side, and the disconnect from Honorbound, unfortunately, I believe, is under the time limit. So now this match is just going to keep going up. Perma down 1 teammate here. FUIT Gummies just got to keep this momentum going.
Yeah, very unfortunate timing there, but Honorbound, you are trying to fight and try to hold on if you can, but FUIT Gummy is going to take that to their full advantage and just go, putting up a lot of pressure. 2 members are going to go down for Honorbound. FUIT Gummies with the wipeout. No one else is going to be in sight, and that will be the game. Yes, it will, as FUIT Gummies will win game number 2 and will move on to round number 2.
Yeah, always unfortunate, of course, to see a disconnect in the waning moments of it, but I mean, you did see that FUIT Gummies were able to just kind of snowball out of control. Yet again, kind of similarly deja vu to that first game where, yes, they weren't able to get that first lead, but they were able to counterattack in spite of their initial bumps there, just kind of being able to show their resilience, just being able to bounce back from that, and just continuous specials and taking positions such as that right side, that right elbow near that second checkpoint, really was able to kind of allow FUIT Gummies to move up slowly but surely, and just kind of winning by taking space, not really getting the key picks. I mean, the key picks did help. You did see, I believe, Hunter on the right side being able to get one, but I mean, just meticulously being able to try to crunch around Honorbound there was just, it kind of initiated them to move in.
Yeah, I think the idea of just making sure the enemy has not a lot of space to work with kind of does help by enclosing them into less and less space. That really did allow FUIT Gummies to kind of expand, kind of play a bit more, I don't want to say reckless, but a bit more confident, I would say. It just allowed them to make a bit more risky plays, and thankfully it worked out for them.
Yes, and now you see a little bit of the updated bracket on your screen. FUIT Gummies punch their way to round 2. Address the Gators, also moving on, getting a 2-0 over Singularity. We will be seeing Address the Gators later here, I believe, in the next round, but their opponent is still to be determined. You have Red Leviathan and Rising Beyond the Tides still going there, with Rising Beyond the Tides up 1-0. And that said, Poor Judgment gets the better of the lowest remaining seed in Santana. And Octo Express and Slow Joiners will be the last two teams that will be down there in Winners Bracket 2.4. But still, Winners Round 2 quarterfinals hasn't been fully filled out yet, so we'll just have to wait and see how the remaining of Round 1 starts out.
Yeah, so we're gonna wait a little bit. I think we're gonna take a very, very quick break, but don't go anywhere because we got more low ink coming up to you in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone. A little break we had there, but we are back with more Low Ink May 2025 edition coming up to you with our winners semifinals, as we have Bad Guys versus Slow Joiners coming up to you in a little bit. But of course, I am Topic, joined once again by Rocket. And Rocket, how you doing?
I'm doing well, still hanging out here, and it's just a little bit of a disclaimer. Thank you for being patient with us. I know we were down during that winter bracket round 2, so let's kind of bring you guys up to speed here a little bit. Bad Guys got a very impressive 2-1 victory over the number 1 seeded Poor Judgment, which is what got them here to begin with here. And on the other side, FUIT Gummies versus Address the Gators is our other winter bracket semifinals matchup. So really, really interesting to see how this has turned out here. You see on your screen right now, if you were interested to see how any of the other sets have turned out, they are there right there. As you see, Address the Gators got a 2-0 over Red Leviathans to get them into semis to begin with, and actually FUIT Gummies actually already up 1-0 in that set, but we'll be taking a look at the other semifinal set, which being, like Topic mentioned, Bad Guys versus Slow Joiners.
Yeah, as you can see, both of them looking to secure their spot into our winners finals. But of course, to get there, you have to at least play this game. As for our game one, it's gonna be one of the most, in my opinion, one of the most, I won't say best starter maps in the game, but it's definitely one of the starter maps in the game, as we go to Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
Yes, this one being a starter for a best of 5 set will kind of lay the framework, lay the grounds for kind of just how teams will try to navigate this entire set. This is where we'll be getting our first look, at least for today, at both these teams here and what they kind of are bringing to the table. And with best of 5 now in the tournament, we are getting kind of a little bit of more of a marathon type run in terms of perspective and trying to go through the set. You got to take it one game at a time here. It's first to 3, not first to 2 anymore, so you really just get a little bit more time to kind of dance a little bit with the other team, if you so will, trying to see their tendencies, kind of how to adapt to that. But kind of like you mentioned, this is kind of like the final destination of Splatoon maps.
Yes, it is. Now, it's not exactly okay. I have come around. It's not totally flat. It's mostly flat. But I think that also means it is also a very good way of knowing, of kind of, like you said, kind of having that little dance with your opponent, because there's not a lot of gimmicks. There's not a lot of surprises. It's a straight line, figure it out. Your enemies over there, go through them. So I think, like you said, it's a great way for these teams to kind of, feel how each other is doing, kind of see what will work, especially later on, and what won't work. You know what I mean? It's definitely one of these map modes that kind of, it allowed you to experiment more later.
For sure. And I did take a peek a little bit at Bad Guys comp and a little bit of what they're running. I do believe they are running Dooley's Dread, which are really, really good weapons in terms of painting. I mean, Reef Slider is always really nice for zones, and Crab on the side of Dooley's. I mean, you typically see Splash being played, but I mean, Dooley's give you that a little bit more fighting ability, that kind of dodging ability, and those specials in conjunction with each other can really create so much pressure for Bad Guys. And I mean, taking a look at how they did against Poor Judgment, if anyone was able to, I took a little peek at that stream there. It was ultimately kind of what led them to getting that come from behind victory over Poor Judgment. So if they're able to kind of keep up that similar success here against Slow Joiners, I mean, we'll be in for a treat on this one.
Yeah, and you said that Bad Guys also ran a Dreadringer, right? If I recall correctly?
Yep.
Yeah, so I think that as well, because for those in the audience, Dreadringer is one of my favorite weapons in the game. I'm not biased at all. But I do think that it really does provide a lot of chip damage, a lot of paint with the reef side, and so it kind of gives your team the opportunity to get in there and cause as much chaos as possible. But enough talking, let's get straight into it. Both these teams are already in S-Blast. Okay, very interesting. From the other side, we're going to see a Carbon, then there's a Dread you're talking about, and a Zimmy. Not one seen very often, but a very, very good weapon nonetheless.
Interesting. Blaster, who is the duelist player, going with that Zimmy now. Another good weapon. I mean, for zones, you do have that bubble to try to kind of take space, and you want to have this paint ability on the side of bad guys, especially if you're going to be running that Carbon, who kind of just lives for this space, and that being Torch. Torch just trying to see if they can find anything going here. The Trip Strike special's kind of being traded from both sides, but actually it is Torch that will be the first one taken out here. Both sides losing a player here. They'll just trying to get something happening on that left side, but Goatchild will shut that down as bad guys will have first control of zone.
Yeah, they're able to get the first control, looking to get as much pain as possible, especially with the help of this pencil, just giving you that space to work with. You see right here on top mid, going to just do what they can. Tomato getting a nice pick there onto the opponent's pencil, making sure that their cooler is not at the ready. Of course, Torch doing what Carbon do, sitting under that ledge and making sure that no one wants to peek their head up. But Slow Joiners have two specials at the ready. They have the Booyah Bomb, they have the strike, so they have an opportunity here. If they can get in to go win, that's a good start. Getting one down, Shiver with the Zuka. The strikes coming in as well. Two members of Bad Guys are going to go down, one in return for Slow Joiners, and it looks like that will be it. And yes, it will. Slow Joiners actually forcing their way in here.
Pretty sizable lead for the side of Bad Guys, though. I mean, already down to the 27-point mark, but now Slow Joiners investing most of their specials, if not all their specials here on this retake. They will now have to hold firm here, as Bad Guys do have a little bit of space to kind of work with. You do have Tomato on this Dread, having Reach Slider available to potentially go in with here. You will see it invested on that right side. It's stopped a little bit by the wall. Unfortunate there. Will force them to just get taken out. Their two players fall for Bad Guys, and a great hold by Slow Joiners that kind of live to fight another day, now working through their penalty and potentially trying to get this lead back. You do have the Zimmy bubble on the other side, though, for Bad Guys to maybe try to take some space.
Yeah, and I think the biggest, if I say the biggest help for them would be that that squeeze them. Unfortunately, they are going to go down, and Bad Guys, again, just forcing their way in with that Reslider, with Torch being here as well, doing what Carbons love to do, and just causing as much chaos as possible on the side of Slow Joiners. You see they have two specials at the ready, again, with the strikes, with the Booyah Bomb, with the Zuka as well. So, again, forcing their way in with these specials is going to work out, but not enough, as Bad Guys, a really good job of backing up, letting Slow Joiners waste all their resources and just counterattacking really quickly.
Yeah, counterattacking for sure now in a great position. Is the Z-Blast backstabbed, though, by Torch. A quick one-for-one trade will be had, but will be in the favor of Slow Joiners, as they still have so much control here in mid. All here, Cyan, Blue in the mid here. You have Amy Rose here. Just trying to see if they can get those Trip Strikes online, because you already have that feeling that Bad Guys are trying to get their specials in. You do see the Zimmy go down early, though. That is this huge pick to give Slow Joiners a little bit of a numbers advantage here. However, they do have Reach Slider and Zuka to invest on the side of Bad Guys. You see the Booyah Bomb now coming in from Adele on this left side to kind of disorientate the members of Bad Guys. The zone still in strong control of Slow Joiners, and now potentially they will take the lead here, but 1 point away from doing so. The Blaster not able to paint the zone, as that is not its main purpose, and unfortunately, Bad Guys now will still hold on to that lead.
Yeah, and I think the flank by Torch there, I don't know if you saw it, but at the very start of that fight, very end of that fight, Torch went around that left-hand side and just caused a lot of damage. I think they got 1 or 2 picks before going down, so very clutch by them. And so far, Bad Guys holding on, but Slow Joiners are still gonna be there. 2 members, Bad Guys are gonna go down there, and Adele going forward here, trying to get a pick, getting one, forcing one to jump away. So again, Slow Joiners, they are not going away that easy. They're not going away without a fight. And so far, with about a minute to go left in this game, it is only a 1 point difference.
Yes, 2 specials online now for the side of Bad Guys to try to go in with Tomato right on cue with that Dread Reef and Bubble there to kind of protect their recall as well. So really nicely done by Bad Guys to kind of move in with this. They will force that penalty, still holding on to that lead. They still have pressure on them to try to take the fight to Slow Joiners, though. The Booyah Bomb is available for that S-Blast in Adele, but they're taken out on that left side there by Torch. Torch has had their number constantly on that side now. 45 seconds left. Bad Guys continue to try to take down that lead, already down to the 20-point mark. It is getting a little bit desperate now for Slow Joiners, with Trip Strikes now going in, trying to be invested. They do actually manage to take control of the zone, but with 30 seconds left, Slow Joiners need to get some momentum going.
Yeah, some momentum needs to be got by Slow Joiners here, and that's a pretty... never mind. I don't say it's a good start for them. Unfortunately, they're going to go 3 members down, leaving only Amy Rose with the strikes to face against the onslaught. That is going to be Bad Guys, and doing a really good job just holding their ground, not giving up too much space, giving Sherper at the time an opportunity to get back in, but only 10 seconds remaining. They have to go for the zone. They have to get it. They have to cap, but you do see that Reslider at the top of your screen, just waiting for the opportunity. There's the Booyah Bomb, everything at the zone. alone, it's not going to be enough. And I believe slow joiners, no, bad guys will win the game.
Yeah, and we saw there at the beginning, bad guys were just able to get that large lead just by cycling their specials so well. In the about midpoint though, you did see slow joiners start to kind of use their specials and get more effectiveness out of them. You saw the trip strikes and booyah bomb kind of go onto the zone at the same time and kind of more coordinated fight there. Just unfortunately, it was too little, too late, and too much of a lead to kind of come back from at that point. As bad guys were able to kind of stay calm, stay still under pressure and kind of were able to play the game from their own kind of style. And we kind of saw it there. I mean, bad guys just kind of being able to take 2-on-1s. You did see them being able to kind of shut down Adele on that left side of the blaster that was giving them so much trouble, finally being able to silence it. And that was key for bad guys to kind of eat through their penalty and extend that lead even further.
Yeah, I think a really big help to bad guys was, of course, the Reef Slider. Just that kind of, hey, we're going to get in no matter what you do, and it just worked out really well for them, right? It got them in. Yes, it didn't work all the time, right? But the times where it did work, it really worked. It got them in and got them a good hold. It allowed Torch their main, I don't want to say their main killing option to get in, get some nice picks, and just keep going. So bad guys, shout out to them. But again, slow joiners, they were right on their tail. It was what 27-28 for about like not half the game, but like for a good majority of the game. It was really back and forth.
It was really close for sure, and I feel like this game, like many other sets before between close teams, is just gonna have to come down to the little details, and specifically with this matchup here, it's gonna have to come down to the specials and the coordination between both teams. I mean, you see the specials being traded out. I mean, a lot of the time, the big bubble on the side of bad guys was kind of just left unopposed, really, because you didn't want to invest specials if you're on the side of slow joiners, because the specials that they had, trip strikes and booyah bomb, paint and take up so much space so well, but it's kind of a double-edged sword. You either invest one of those specials to kind of get rid of that bubble, or you try to keep both to kind of play to how you're going. But here, bad guys just were able to kind of take advantage of that fact and kind of just use that dread bubble in coordination with each other.
Yeah, well, I think you mentioned it in the game itself, where I believe when Tomato did go in with their Reslider, they did have a bubble there. You saw, I know earlier we did see a bunch of, I don't want to say hero plays, but we did see them kind of go in, just kind of solo, kind of far away from their team. But I think at that moment where the rest of the team was there, that allowed them to get the bubble off, to keep their Dreadbringer safe, to just take a lot of space and push slow joiners back, which really helped. Which again really helped get everyone in, kept slow joiners back and just a little, not disorganized, but a little bit further away. It made sure that they had to use their specials onto the zone itself and not, trying to advance their lead. So that kind of coordination we saw kind of adapt over the game really worked out well for them.
Yeah, the teams need to be very intentional with how they use specials here, and just kind of like being on the same page, as that's such an underrated part of Splatoon competitive in general, because if you're not on the same page, you're going to be fighting different things, fighting disadvantaged here, and that's just something that both these teams needs to keep going, because I mean, although bad guys were just able to do it a little bit stronger, I saw a lot of promise from slow joiners here, and they potentially bounce back on their own counter pick. We're just kind of waiting for the room to be made here, but I do like the interesting change that we saw from bad guys going with that Zimmy into the dualies, the bubble, yet again, just trying to keep that space, and hopefully the next counter pick will come in. Yep, right on cue there. It is going to be TC Inkblot Art Academy.
Okay, I can see it mainly because those runners, they did have that S Blast. They do have the Squeezer, which can be very helpful, especially with the Zuka. But I feel like, personally, this kind of enables bad guys in a way which Carbon... Now, I'm not a Carbon player, so I cannot say that, but kind of like how Carbons and Stampers and like Wipers, they love ledges. This map, a lot of ledges, especially underneath plat. So I think that kind of, I don't want to say is in bad guys' favor, but it does kind of help them in that aspect.
Absolutely, and that's a little bit of the concern I had in my head here, but maybe slow joiners have a little bit of a strategy to kind of counteract that now that they're one game in, kind of know what bad guys is centered around with. If you're on the side of bad guys, though, I'm sure you'd be kind of pretty satisfied with this map mode choice. I mean, like you mentioned, these weapons that they had, the Zimmy could stay here for that bubble onto the tower, kind of just acting similarly to a role as a junior would. Just being able to try to paint for the carbon roller. And I mean, all the weapons that bad guys had are able to paint for that carbon roller well. You did see them run Dread on zones. Will they stick with that, though? Because, I mean, I wouldn't imagine Dread's best mode would be tower just because of the nature of the mode. I mean, Reef Slider could find value if you were able to kind of line it up correctly. But, I mean, I would imagine they'd kind of stick with that because it is basically a bucket. It does provide that same chipping power from under the ledges, and we speak about it a lot, the ledges on this map, but, I mean, there's just so many. Just trying to push up.
Well, so I play Dreadringer, right? I'm sure
Right.
you know this. I'm sure I've said this before. The way I view this map in general is that it's really good, especially if you can get onto plat. If you can get onto the enemy plat and pop a Reef Slider, because you take a lot of attention to yourself, right? And the enemy plat relatively flat, so Reef Slider can do a lot of damage. I don't believe it can hit up to that little attic area, but you just do some chip damage on it. So I think I think if they're gonna keep Dreadringer, not that it can't play on tower, but it's more of it needs to play more on the aggressive side. It can't stay back and wait for tower. It has to be along with Torch here on the carbon. If they see that, it has to be more on that aggressive side. It has to be more on that initiation side. It has to be more on that taking space side. It can't play more back, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and on the side of slow joiners to kind of counteract this, I'm now just thinking about this. They did have an S-Blast and an Octo Shot. The two specials that they have are Booyah Bomb and Trip Strikes. And on tower, those are some very, very powerful specials to just completely deny the tower, and especially that bubble. So I'm kind of hoping to see if those two weapons are going to focus a little bit more of their specials on maybe trying to use it more reactionary to the bubble here, because I mean the bubble was giving them a lot of trouble on game one, just kind of chilling on that right side for bad guys, is really being able to kind of just move in with it, giving so much space just by the nature of the special. But enough speculation, we're just going to jump straight into it. Will these speculations kind of come to fruition here on game two? We'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, that is the question. Let's see if it will be answered from the side of, I believe, slow joiners are going to see not a lot of changes from the side of bad guys. Hold on. Very interesting here. Not only is it the paintbrush, it's a paintbrush nouveau. And you see Torch going over to that wiper, and the blaster player not playing a blaster, they're playing dualies.
Yeah, now kind of expected what Blaster usually runs now on those dualies. Look at that crab ability. Paintbrush, a very interesting choice, is another powerful ledge camping weapon. And speaking of ledge camping, you see Torch on this left side trying to do just that, trying to see if they can find any space to really work with here. Trip Strikes will be invested by Tuna all on that left side to try to just disorientate that crab out of the direction of that side, just trying to see if they can get some control for slow joiners here. But I mean, most of the mid is covered in bad guys' colors, so they have a little bit more space to kind of operate with, as you have to deal with this paintbrush. Nicely done by Adele to take out Tomato.
Yeah, and actually, the thing we didn't point out is that slow joiners bought their own carbon roller. So, because they want to take full advantage of the ledges as well, but it's like bad guys are kind of looking to get the first kind of couple points on the board. They're going to get the tower at least rolling, but this first checkpoint, while not the hardest to get through, you have to be at least a little bit wary, because you know the enemy team is going to be, at least they are going to be able to use this wall to their advantage. But never mind, bad guys able to break through no problem. But the real choke point is right here. Torch gonna go down. This second checkpoint is usually where a lot of pushes will stall out or just stop entirely, because this second checkpoint is really hard because you're at such a high disadvantage, especially with fast developing you. Ooh.
How did Tomato live that? They managed to survive the backstab from Sherbet, and now find 3 in total here now, with that third being on Tuna, creating so much space with the paintbrush here. You saw earlier they were just chilling on bats, and somehow have just paved the path for bad guys to continue to move forward here. And already at that last checkpoint, that checkpoint number 3 here, could be very crucial to pop. Now, no more checkpoints stand in front of bad guys, as now they're headed straight for the goal here. Tomato back in the fight, just trying to see if they can get something going. Manage to find a pick onto Adele. They're still moving forward here. A little bit of panic mode now for slow joiners to see if they can get something going, as bad guys have set themselves up well in bats.
I mean, they set themselves up fantastically in bats, getting through all 3 checkpoints on their first push. Torch is still being here, looking for the kill on Adele, not quite able to get it, so unfortunately that will be the end of the push for bad guys. Hold on, Tomato says not for long, getting 2 members down, taking away a lot of resources from slow joiners, but now slow joiners, they have to climb basically Mount Everest at this point, getting through all 3 checkpoints and getting out to 7 points remaining in 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes in the game. So they have a very long way to go.
Indeed. Now, if you're on the side of slow joiners, you want to start getting some control of. Nice pick by Goatchild onto Sherman, now shutting down that squeezer here. Another pick goes in favor of them. Losing the pen now is slow joiners. You do see bad guys kind of holding firm. Now they have to just play 2 minutes of a little bit of a boring Splatoon type, just trying to play defense, making sure you play smart here. But I mean, with that sizable lead, they do have a little bit of margin for error here, but all that pressure is on slow joiners here to see if they can at least get a checkpoint or 2 with this next coming up push. They do force a 2-player down situation here. Adele trying to move forward with this carbon roller, just trying to be that main initiator. The Catalyst manages to find Blaster, just doing a little dance to try to distract Goatchild on that pen. And now slow joiners look very, very great here to try to get that first check.
Yeah, looking to get this first check as quick as they can, able to do it no problem. And slow joiners already trying to get set up on this bats area, but bad guys are not going to let them have it so easily. But unfortunately, they're going to be forced to give it up with the help of those strikes. Torch and Blaster up there, kind of cause some panic. Torch going right underneath the tower with the torpedo as well, able to force 1 member off, and I think that'll be the end of the push for slow joiners. But still, 51 points. Ooh. That is a very good score, but it's not going to be enough. Adele gets the wrong end of the hammer. Torch is just doing what they can to be as much of a menace as possible.
Yeah, now in the back line of slow joiners, definitely something that slow joiners have to keep one eye on. Adele, they're trying to see if they can take that fight. It will end in a little bit of a draw. Torch is trying to see if they can continue doing something here, but they have to worry about their team falling in front of them. They do find that pick, but I mean, you see slow joiners continuously moving forward here. Great opportunity as 3 players from bad guys are down. Now 35 seconds left on the clock here. They will get past that second checkpoint, but this third checkpoint is going to be a very crucial and cooling fight here. So much high ground for bad guys to kind of work off with. Cooler will be placed, yes, but now the fights need to be won.
Yeah, the fights are gonna start coming out for both sides. Inko able to get 1, looking for even more. There are the strikes as well to help them out. Unfortunately, 1 member is gonna go down for slow joiners. 10 seconds remaining. Torch on tower, they're gonna go down. The jumps are coming in for slow joiners, trying to break through. 18 points remaining. 17, 50. They're still going. Hold on, Tuna. That's the last one. They're dancing. They're surviving. They're thriving. And unfortunately, clock will strike 12. And bad guys, I think. Hold on. They did not get it. They didn't get it. By the skin of their teeth, bad guys will hold on by 1 point by, I think, like less than a second, because if they did not get Tuna off that tower at that exact moment, that would have been game. That would have been game for the other side. It was that close.
And you gotta imagine too, like, how valuable points are in tower control. Remember, bad guys was only able to win that just because of that amazing push they had earlier. If that push didn't go exactly as it did right there, we would be looking at a completely different turnaround. We would have said slow joiners with a very, very nice comeback. By the way, shout out on that replay, Blaster on those dualies getting 2 key picks there, and then at the very end, Torch just playing and dicing slow joiners, shutting down any comeback there. And bad guys, like you mentioned, very, very narrowly take that one, and now up 2-0. Now are knocking at death's door. Slow joiners here have to go back to the drawing board on yet another counter pick.
I mean, but at the same time, slow joiners, they Okay. It took them a little bit. It took them a little time to get going, but once they got rolling, they were rolling in it. Like they broke through all three checkpoints. It took them a little bit to do it, but they did. But I feel like what happened was bad guys, in the best way I could put this, punched him in the mouth really early. They punched him in the mouth early. They disoriented them as quick as possible. They got down to 8 points, so it really took Slow Joiners the entire game to kind of reset themselves. It took them kind of the entire game to say, okay, what can we do? What's gonna work for us? What can we do? And they found it. They got the picks they needed. They got the coordination they needed. They got they got everything they needed. But unfortunately, again, it was just 1 second too late, or 1 second too early. As we're gonna go back to zones with Robo Ramen. So another very fight heavy map in my opinion.
Yeah, very fight heavy, but now with the distinction of a very, very clear choke point, the elbow area of Splatzone's Robo Ramen kind of gives me a little bit of deja vu to kind of how you would kind of approach Mahi Mahi, but even less space to kind of really work with here. This is where fighting is going to happen. This is where, similarly to game one, we kind of both touched on it, like the coordination and the just being able to move in together, the special uses needs to be very intentional, and I use those words very, very specifically. The specials need to be intentional because they need to serve some purpose, because you can't afford to throw away some certain specials here. And I'm kind of thinking like the specials such as, I would imagine that bad guys kind of return to that Spot Zones comp, because I love it so much of just having the bubble and the reef here. And I want to take the bold assumption as, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is one of Dread's best maps in terms of zones in general, just because of the amount of space a reef taker can take.
Yeah, okay. Yes, it is, but I don't quite remember if it can fully cap zone by itself. So I want to say it can get around like 85 to 90% of zone solo. I don't know if I don't know if it's not the solo cap, because remember, this is a really big zone, right? But I think where Reef is better at is locking out, is getting up that ramp and getting towards the base. But enough speculation. Game number 3 is Slow Joiners on their back foot, and bad guys looking to put them out of their misery, as we're going to see Slow Joiners going back to the comp they had before in game number 1, and bad guys doing the exact same thing. So kind of like, okay, we know what we can do. Let's stick to it.
Yeah, a little bit of deja vu here. Keeley, I'm going to be looking at Adele and Tuna for the side of Slow Joiners. That Booyah Bomb and Trip Strikes need to be very, very good here if they want to kind of counteract the snowball that is bad guys and kind of their comp, how they like to fight. Very, very painty fight style, trying to create all that space for Torch. But speaking of Torch, they go down early here. Slow Joiners right back into control of the zone, trying to see if they can contest this. They do have numbers advantage, forcing Blaster to fall down. Tomato will find one onto Sherbet. They do have the Reef here. Do they decide to use it? Not a great position to use, so they do try to use it. Unfortunately, does go down here, but now with the first real strong control, Slow Joiners here now try to hold.
Yeah, they're trying to hold as best as they can, but you gotta see Torch there just waiting for someone to pick off. Unfortunately, they're out of being so sure, but let's see another day. Bazooka not quite able to get the pick, but able to get it, the assist just there. So that will give bad guys the opportunity that they need to go in and push up. You see the bubble is going to be there. Blaster getting a pick as well, going down themselves. So as you can see, bad guys putting on a lot of pressure onto Slow Joiners as quickly as they possibly can, make sure they cannot get into the zone without at least using a couple specials.
Yes, you see the Reef Slider there on that bottom side, managing to get the pick onto Sherbert. Now with 2 players down on the side of Slow Joiners, they're forced on their back foot here. Inko just trying to see if they can get that cooler in time. S-Blast does have a Booyah Bomb. Inko does manage to find one though, so now a little bit of an opening has presented itself for Slow Joiners to move in. Booyah Bomb will be placed in such a great position to create so much space. Now Slow Joiners also investing that Trip Strike as well. They will get control of the zone, but on the other side, now that both those specials have been invested, bad guy's bubble is now kind of just left unimpeded, unimposed, not really having anything to worry about. And with Blaster taking that pick onto Adele, have a great opening to maybe move in. No, you see Slow Joiners actually somehow holding onto the zone.
Yeah, but I think the biggest question for me at least is whenever Slow Joiner use their specials, they're not really using them to advance past the zone. They're using them on the zone, but they're using so much on the zone they can't go anywhere past it. So they've been kind of held here, as right here, as bad guys taking full advantage of it. As we're gonna see a couple picks coming down, and so far it looks like bad guys are gonna do what they can to hold on, getting down to 43 points remaining, and the specials are coming out for Slow Joiners. But unfortunately, it's not enough to just neutralize zone. You have to cap it, you have to hold it, you have to push forward with that advantage that you have.
Yeah, and yet again there, I just saw a little thing to note as well. Again, Blaster just waiting for the Booyah Bomb and the Trip Strike on the side of Slow Joiners to kind of just kind of lose its value, and then eventually put down that bubble afterwards. Again, nothing really countering that bubble on the side of bad guys just allows them to have strong control, strong presence in the control of the zone. They do have Slow Joiners Trip Strikes does go down. The T-Tag falls. I believe Torch was the one to take that player out. Now Blaster moving up with the rest of bad guys will be forced back from these Trip Strikes here, but I mean, not really much value is being gained from them. A little bit of an opportunity will open itself, yes, but bad guys still strong control of the zone. Booyah Bomb now being invested as well, and you will see this yet again.
Oh, that's two. That's three.
In total fall for Slow Joiners, and now that might be the end of that game here, unless Sherbert has anything to say about it. Nope, that will be it, as bad guys yet another strong showing.
Yeah, they allowed Slow Joiners to use their specials in the zone itself. And you saw how quickly they painted over that. They did not give them any space to work with, right? I talked about this earlier. If you take away the opponent's space, you take away the ink that they gain from using specials, there's not a whole lot they can do. And that's exactly what happened. Bad guys, they got control of zone. Or whenever they lost control of zone, what happened was they backed up, they let Slow Joiners come to them, make a mistake, and they punished it. And they really capitalized on that by getting zone, getting one or two more, and just going. They kept the pressure onto a bad guy, onto Slow Joiners as quick as they possibly can, and it just worked out really well for them.
Yeah, they played very reactionary, and that's kind of how you want to do it. I mean, you did see the special, like, again, you have to be intentional, and you have to get value, or try to get something out of your specials there, and bad guys were just able to kind of neutralize Slow Joiner specials a little bit and counteract with their own. And those trades, I mean, trading specials is another important thing. Trading players, trading specials, and it's just a little bit better at doing so. Bad guys did that, and they will take the 3-0 sweep. Now moving on to Winners Bracket Finals, where they'll be facing FUIT Gummies there, who actually got the better of Address the Gators. Now FUIT Gummies got a 3-1 there. So this will be our final coverage for at least me and Topic here, but I believe we'll be taking a very momentary break. It won't be as long as the previous one, I promise you, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Promise. So we'll be right back for Winners Bracket Finals here shortly. We promised it'd be a short break. Welcome back here to Low Ink May 2025 Day 2 here. We are well into winner's bracket here. Rocket and Topic as usual. Now taking a look at our winner's bracket finals, we have FUIT Gummies versus Bad Guys. Both teams we actually took a look at earlier. I mean, we just saw Bad Guys take a 3-0 over Slow Joiners, and FUIT Gummies earlier versus Honorbound.
Yeah, two very, very strong teams we saw earlier, and both of them looking to get in onto the winner side of grand finals to kind of, get that low ink win on their resume. But of course, they had to go through one another. And we have our first game for you. We have Splat Zones on Ship Cargo.
Now, just thinking back to Bad Guys comp, I mean, they played so dominantly in zones here. So again, we kind of we both, I'm sure, kind of expect a starting comp to come out from Bad Guys, that being, of course, Carbon, Zimmy, Dread, and Pen. But on the side of FUIT Gummies, if my memory doesn't fail me, I believe they did have a Stamper there that can maybe cause a little bit of disruption into the back line and also provide that little chip damage as well. As Stamper is really, really good at kind of assisting in fights, getting that chip damage, and just trying to see if they can get that opening pick with that as well. So definitely something that both teams kind of need to focus on.
Yeah, and of course on Shifter Cargo, I think the biggest, of course, obstacle, or not obstacle, obstacle or friend is the bridge. If you get bridge, you kind of win the game, but it's going to be very difficult for your opponent to get out of that lockout scenario. I do believe that. Oh, hold on, I think something's going on, but. Like I was saying, I do believe that it is a very it's very important you get bridge.
Yes, and the thing that's going on that you're referring to is Inkfair has decided to, I believe, sub in for Bad Guys here. So a little bit delayed.
Inkfair gameplay, let's go.
Yeah, my Tetra's goat, but anyways, regardless of that. Really interested to see the kind of interactions. I mean, Bad Guys is just kind of a well-oiled machine. Okay, for a second it looked like Bad Guys was just a-okay with playing with Inkfair there. That's funny. But yes. Bad Guys, their comp works so well. They work very well in conjunction with each other, and it's gonna come down to, yet again, I hate to keep sounding like a broken record, but coordination and special trading. That is the two most important factors, I believe, of any Splat Zones game.
Right. And I think as we got a little bit of a sneak peek of of FUIT Gummy's comp, I remember it was a very short range kind of mobility type comp where you have the Stamper, you have the 52, you have the Octotry, you have the Heavy Edit, you have these weapons that can really move around, really get around places. So I think the biggest thing for FUIT Gummies is being able to rotate to fights quickly. It very much helped them, because I think for Bad Guys who really want to use the Carbon, if they keep that to their advantage, just being able to see where they are and pincer them is very helpful. On the other hand, if you group up too much, Tomato has a roof slider with your name on it, so you better get out the way.
Yes, very affectionately called a car, because it will just keep going. A train just keep moving through and completely destroy everything in its path. And I mean, there's a lot of space to really do that with here on Ship Cargo, especially kind of in the court area, really just being able to continue that lockout area. And I think that's where Bad Guys comp just reigns. that just where it is strongest, being able to kind of hold that space. So it's kind of like a battle of two different philosophies, if I like to imagine it. I mean, FUIT Gummies wants to move in, try to use that quick mobility, like you mentioned, try to fight, while Bad Guys wants to be able to constantly keep that space for their ace in their sleeve, Torch, just kind of really just move around with, and kind of just pop out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I think if they keep the bubble for Bad Guys, I think that could be very, very helpful. But enough speculation. Everyone's in the game. Let's get started. Winners, finals, Low Ink 2025. Let's see what we have. FUIT Gummies, what we've seen before. And for the side of Bad Guys, I think, okay. Interesting change, going over to the Slosher, or Vanilla Slosher for the strikes. Very, very interesting. You know what? I'm here for it. As a Slosher main, I'm here for it.
Yeah, I don't hate it at all. You trade away the Reef Slider for Trip Strike, still a very strong special in just trying to take control of space, just trying to be able to move in with it. Kind of acts as a little bit of a smoke screen. Already the bubble will be invested on that right side blaster now, just trying to take control of that bridge here. This time though, the Trip Strikes go in from FUIT Gummies to try to just immediately remove that bubble here. Torch in the middle of zone, trying to see if they can get out. Unfortunately is taken out here, and that means that FUIT Gummies will be able to move in now, not having to worry about that sneaky little carbon.
Yeah, but bad guys aren't gonna let them move in that easy. Strikes are gonna come out. They're gonna lose zone here. Quite possibly taking. Yeah, they're able to take the zone, but again, FUIT Gummies, both these teams very fight heavy. They're not giving each other that much space to work with because they know if they get locked out, it's basically GG's at that point. So they are doing everything they can to make sure that neither team can get a good advantage here, as bad guys are going to keep holding on to the zone, keep getting through that penalty point, and going to keep on going as FUIT Gummies here. Lion, kind of the backbone, especially with this heavy edit, just making sure that their team stays alive. Unfortunately, one member is going to go down.
Yeah, and so much space is made. Torch just trying to insert themselves under that ledge. So powerful at just being able to kind of chip that here. The Trip Strikes go in from actually both sides here. A little bit of smoke screens from both sides as now they try to move forward here. You see Lion in a little bit of precarious situation here, just trying to get out. Manages to somehow stay alive despite basically running into the sidelines of all 4 bad guys members. And it looks like FUIT Gummies might be able to take control of the zone. They will be able to do just that. And although bad guys still here, just trying to contest it with everything they got now, forcing the Trip Strikes to be invested as well. But all in all, FUIT Gummies will take control of the zone now, reaching through their penalty.
Yeah, but can they get any further is a real question here. Unfortunately, one member is going to go down looking for even more, but Omega with the whale in return to kind of get the members off. Actually getting Torch down very clutch here, getting FUIT Gummies the space they need to possibly work with here, as the rest of the members are going to try to go into the zone, going a little bit forward, getting one, looking for even more. Hunter sees 2 members trying to stay alive, actually staying alive here, getting some members, some teammates of their own to kind of force them away is going to work, as FUIT Gummies are going to take the lead and still holding on. Look at all the court that is painted in FUIT Gummies color. It's basically most of it.
Yeah, you do see a lot of specials being invested by bad guys. The Trip Strikes you saw earlier, the Zuka being invested as well. That leads to a 2-down situation on favor. Now 3 favor in the side of bad guys now as they try to move forward. They will take control now trying to take up that court area and trying to do what FUIT Gummies was attempting to do to them earlier, which is create a lockout situation. The Stamper does drop, does manage to take out Torch. There are 2 players now in total fall for bad guys, and a quick retake is incoming for FUIT Gummies as now it's their turn to trade in specials, and quick control of zone will be theirs. And this is exactly what you want to do if you're put on the back foot. You try to get your specials and try to go in with it.
Yeah, 2 members of bad guys going down, giving FUIT Gummies again a lot of space to work with here. 1.5 minutes to go in this game. It's still anyone's game per se. Just if bad guys can get another good hold that they got in the first half, that would really help them out here. But FUIT Gummies take a lot of space away. A42 going in. They're going to go down, unfortunately, but getting torched down as well. Very helpful strike that can come out for bad guys. Not in the zone, but a little bit before to try to get some space. Able to get a little bit, able to get 1, able to get 2. Omega is still going to be there, kind of outnumbered, staying alive somehow. Unfortunately, they're going to go down, but I think it's just enough time to where FUIT Gummies, even when they go down, they're able to hold the zone, and they're able to take a very back and forth game number 1 with a very dominant last second hold there.
You kind of think at the end there, after Torch got that pick, you want, like, although Carbon doesn't really paint that much, I'm not sure if popping Zuka was the play, really. I mean, they were trying to maybe get a pick in to just try to help their team move forward, but I believe they were really the only player in position for bad guys to try to get to that. But, I mean, FUIT Gummies kind of did something that no opponent has done to bad guys yet, which is being able to trade out that bubble well. Blaster's bubbles were getting kind of shredded a lot, not only by the edit, but the Trip Strikes. The Trip Strikes were being used in reaction to Blaster's bubble there, and really gave bad guys no really space to operate there, which is kind of been their strength, but not this time, as FUIT Gummies take that one with a very nice 1-0. You kind of want to imagine, though, do you think a Dread would have made any difference?
Yes and no. I'd say I say yes, because you can you can insta take zone with Dreadringer, but no, because if you do that, then you just lost a member. Not for nothing, but you did just lose a member. So It's basically like it's give and take. You are getting zone back, but at the cost of the enemy team being able to, if you don't, play around and support it correctly, just allowing them to have a free man advantage and just go. Right? So like I said, it's give and take. It's hard to say, because I do think bad guys would be able to support their Dreadringer to not be in no man's land. But at the same time, I think FUIT Gummies would be there and be good enough to kind of shut down the Dreadringer before it can do any real damage.
Yeah, and I kind of just wanted to ask you that, just like, this is not to take away from FUIT Gummies at all. I mean, they played that really, really well. Their retakes were lightning fast, and their specials and just like all going in as a wave, all collectively. Like, I believe we saw a top-down view of it. Once the specials went out, once that trip shake went out, all 4 members from basically in kind of a straight line, just like lined up horizontally, all moved in as that very, very large wave as a team, and were able to kind of take these fights together and take so much space in a short amount of time. And that's what FUIT Gummies comp likes to do. I mean, you have the T-Tech Octo Shot, you have the Gal just kind of simultaneously moving in together. These are very fast weapons, and speaking of fast, we do have a very fast-paced game mode and map coming up. Game 2, the counter pick for bad guys, is Clan Blades Barnacle and Dime.
You know what? It's a pretty good Tetris piece. You can't lie about that. But yeah, I think this makes sense if you're bad guys. You want to make full use of the... If they're going to keep carbon, I think they should keep carbon. You can make full use of the carbon with the little ledges there. You want to make full use, have that space to work with. So I think this makes sense, in my opinion. I think, I could see them... I could see the thought process behind this map mode.
Yeah, and you gotta imagine as well, like, this map mode is so flat. You get, like, this is literally, like, screaming dread, at least in my opinion, in terms of, like, how much space you can really take with it. Not a lot of, reef slider, not a lot of obstacles to kind of block the reef slider. The bubble coming out from Blaster can be really, really nice for kind of just camping under basket here. But will they go back to their roots, kind of just go back to what's been working for them in this tournament? We'll have to wait and see. We do see that FUIT Gummies kind of sticking with the same thing, and yes, they do go back to that dread here. But this time the Dualies and Viper will come out, which I do agree with here as well.
Yeah, because again, Blaster on the Dualies, something's not right there. But yeah, it does make sense because Crab is very strong here. If you get set up on the plat or on the midsection, you can cause a lot of damage. The Viper as well, Hammer, just kind of force your way in, because right now bad guys, they have 2 specials that can really force their way in with the Dread and the Crab, or Crab with the Dread and the Hammer. Unfortunately, the Hammer will go down, so FUIT Gummies will get the first advantage, at least a little bit here, trying to get a lot of space as possible. Blaster is going to go down, the Dreadringer, or the Retard is going to come out, not a whole lot is going to come through that, but hey, bad guys able to get 2 members down of FUIT Gummies, so able to recollect themselves for a little bit here.
Yeah, you have Blaster here on the Dualies, just trying to use that Crab to see if they can take control of FUIT Gummies' plat here. Such a very important position for both teams to try to control. Blaster will take that pick over Omega, now trying to move forward. Unfortunately, on the other side, I believe A42 managed to get 2 kills there. Is shut down by Torch's Hammer here, just trying to see if they can keep this hold here onto their plat. The players now jumping in for both sides. Tomato does have a reef slider to invest, have the ball in their possession here, but so far just intense fighting from both teams, just trying to see if they can get any space going here. But it does look like FUIT Gummies will take control of mid and now threatening the bad guys' plat.
Yeah, they're threatening the plat as much as they can. Go Chow is going to go down. Tomato is going to be there. Forced to reset, but it's actually going to go down. Very unfortunate. So FUIT Gummies, just a lot of clamps to work with. A lot of points going to be scored. 40 or 53. Hunter with a couple extra in return. Actually, they have a ball. I don't think they're quite able to score it, but still, getting it down below 60 would be the goal here. So FUIT Gummies did a very good job of that. And still, they're keeping FUIT Gummies back. Look at mid here. Look how much of it is FUIT Gummies color. Look how much space they're taking away from them. But unfortunately for them, that will end here, as bad guys are able to take a lot of space, take a lot of the members down, and possibly get a score here. But FUIT Gummies, again, they are not giving up that easily.
I mean, yeah, usually after a push like that, the other team is able to counterattack super fastly, but FUIT Gummies was able to kind of stall out that retake so effectively to try to just see if they can recover and just buy themselves some more time. And speaking of recover, they're doing just that with a player advantage. They're trying to move forward here, try to take back control of mid. However, their efforts are a little bit cut off, as you do see Omega is just forced out on that left side, just trying to run for the hills. Bad guys just trying to see if they can hunt them down, now threatening yet again the FUIT Gummy plat here, but slowly but surely, bad guys are starting to make progress, but will FUIT Gummies kind of put up that iron wall to shut them down? That is the question that needs to be answered. Blaster just trying to take this fight with Omega. This could be the opening pick. You do see FUIT Gummies did lose a player, now 2 players down in total with 2 specials. This is a good opportunity. No, bad guys disconnected and stream disconnected.
I don't know if that's a replay. I have to consult the rulebook about if that's a replay.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're trying to get confirmation. I do believe it was under the... it was either right at the 2.5 or almost.
It was, I believe, the time
2:10.
was 2:10.
2:10, okay. And you did see that bad guys... Where was it, bad guys? I think it was bad guys.
It was bad guys.
Yeah, bad guys that scored 53. So...
No, it was when a FUIT Gummy scored 53. It was that scored 53. Okay. FUIT Gummies, bad guys had yet to score.
Yeah, okay. And you did see, I believe, a bad guys member did DC there, so I mean, FUIT Gummies will have a little bit of an... Okay, nobody else did? Okay. But that is unfortunate there, so FUIT Gummies will, I believe, have a permanent one-up advantage there, and kind of based on how that match is going, that sucks, because bad guys was starting to build up some momentum there, so we'll just have to wait and see if by miracle, bad guys can kind of pull that out, but yeah, that's just unfortunate on that. But I saw a lot of good coming out from bad guys, though.
Yeah, so did I. We saw their resilience, I would say. They did go down 100 to 53, but it was very slowly, I will admit. They very slowly started to make their way back. They started getting picks. They started getting mid. And like we said, they were on the very precipice of scoring. They got plat, or they got the enemy plat, and they just needed one good special to get in there. And unfortunately, the DC happened. So maybe FUIT Gummies will take full advantage of this. Looks like they did, as the score will update to 2-0. So FUIT Gummies now up 2-0, and bad guys, you kind of... It sucks because you were so close to getting some momentum on that game by scoring.
Yeah, and it's kind of interesting to see a team that we saw so dominantly get a 3-0 in the previous round now kind of getting that turned against them. I mean, in that game 1, it was looking all FUIT Gummies. In game 2, I mean, we saw a little bit more fight back, but I mean, a little bit of the same thing. Again, unfortunately, I'm not taking away from them by the fact that I'll give them a pass on game 2, you know what, just because of that DC here. But now, with this game 3, kind of you're back against the wall. You need to make this counter pick very, very intentional here, kind of going back to a little bit of the drawing board to kind of see what you are working with. I think we both mentioned it at the beginning of that Clam Blitz game that I think we both liked what bad guys was running a lot, just because of their ability to kind of fit into that map here, but they're going to need to do the same, at least first to begin with. They need to pick a strong map that they're on, and they need to pick weapons that kind of counteract that such, because so far, FUIT Gummies have had their number.
See, now, me personally, if I was in their spot, if I had a really good Carbon player, if I had a really good Dreadringer or Bucket player, I would pick Humpback Pump Track. Personally, I would pick Humpback because one of Bucket's best maps, any bucket except I think except one of them, I forgot. But it's one of Bucket's best maps. Carbon can move all around, or if they want to go to the Wiper, same thing, same kind of effect. You kind of have that a lot of mobility. You can use those ledges to your advantage. You have Blaster playing the dualies. Not as strong, but it still works. Plus, you do have the crab to get around the elbow area if you want to put on some pressure there. So I could realistically see that. But instead, we're going back to Robo Ramen, as both these teams are still hungry, as they want something to eat.
And now I am hungry as well. But I mean, I can see why bad guys picked this map mode. We just saw it earlier in the previous set. They were so strong on it. We did see the again the I feel like at this point bad guys TM comp of just Dread, Zimmy, Carbon, and Pen. I mean, it works so well. Just because of the amount of space it can take up, that bubble has been able to take up space in the previous sets. However, obviously, of course, with this set in particular, FUIT gummies do have the special to kind of counteract that, so that's going to be the interaction to keep an eye on.
Yeah, and I think for FUIT gummies in particular, I think this map doesn't favor them per se, but if they can get bad guys locked out, with how upfront, with how in your face, with how aggressive their comp is, with the 52, with the Stamper, with the Octo Shot, I feel like it can snowball really quickly out of bad guys' control, right? Because if they're able to get a good hold, especially if they're able to get one, mainly their heavy edit onto the snipe area, we could see not 100-0, but like at least get them down to like 30-something points.
For sure. And definitely something that both teams will need to keep into factors as well, because of the narrow choke points, the narrow area, the nature of this map, of course. And you kind of mentioned that this isn't the strongest map for kind of FUIT gummies comp, and I feel like that's intentional by bad guys to just try to see that what strengthens them the most, kind of working with that small space. I mean, the Gal is going to be something that you do have to worry about with that ink wall, just kind of being able to take fights wherever they please, so definitely something to keep your eye on. But if they're able to kind of neutralize that, I think bad guys will be able to set themselves up well here, and they're going to need something. They need to set themselves up here because, remember, they are already down 0-2 in the set. You got to take it one game at a time, and this could potentially be the start of something, but you need to focus up on what FUIT gummies has kind of just been doing better, and what they've been being able to do better is kind of all pushing in together.
Yeah, I think like we mentioned, they need something. They need like that one spark to start a fire, as we're gonna see what they can do. Actually, relevant because Torch is here. Let's see what they can do here. Gonna see FUIT gummies going with what they know. Bad guys again. No, sorry, yeah, bad guys going with what they know again. So both these teams, they just like what they like. They are sticking to it. I believe Torch going over to the Viper is the only thing that would be predicted would change, or that changed from what we predicted. So other than that, hey, they like what they like.
Yes, it is bad guys in the green and FUIT gummy in the purple here. You do see Blaster just trying to move forward again with that bubble on that left side. So powerful there, managing to get a pick onto Lion. That is the power of the bubble, creating space and being able to kind of maneuver around it. Again, these FUIT gummies actually going 3 players down, just left to Lion in a delayed wipeout now. Bad guys showing that last bit of spark, that last bit of ever. This is what we've been looking for, Topic.
Yeah, it's exactly what we've been looking for. A42 trying to go with the Zakashi, trying to cause a little bit of mayhem, a little bit of chaos, and managing to get the attention of Blaster here, but not quite able to get the pick here. Is going to see FUIT gummies trying to go in here, but Blaster is going to be there to stop them. Tomato with the resides are going to come in and just neutralize, or trying to get the zone, keep it in their color, able to do so just enough to get down to 35 points remaining for bad guys. So what a starter. Well, might be the end of the game if they can't, if FUIT gummies can't get back in.
Yeah, A42 getting dangerously close to that ledge, is taken out by the pincer there. Unfortunately, you do see bad guys start to go down here. Omega does find 1, does find 2 there, and with that, get strong control of the zone. Omega has woken up now, trying to see if they can surge FUIT gummy back into the game here now with 85 on the board. They don't have any penalty to kind of worry about. You do have bad guys just trying to build up their special. The Reef is available for this retake here, but it needs to be intentional. Hammer is ready as well. All members of bad guys need to move in at the same time, but the Reef is actually taken out here. No more dread will be had, but conversely, on the other side, 2 players will fall for FUIT gummy, so it might not even matter here as bad guys try to fight for the zone, and they will take control back.
Yeah, able to take control back of the zone, but now they have to get even further, as FUIT gummies are not going to let them have that much space to work with. Unfortunately, Tomato was going to go down there, so that's a lot of pressure taken off of the side of bad guys. And there's FUIT gummies with the strikes coming in, trying to get even more, but Omega's going to go down as Blaster just being this kind of stronghold for them, making sure this bastion for them, making sure that their team is going to be there, they're going to be wherever they need to be. Omega is kind of trapped in the corner here as FUIT GUMMY trying to get back in, but bad guys are just meeting them blow for blow here. There's a Resider coming in, not quite able to get a kill, but managing to keep their life. Managing to keep their life.
Yeah, and key pick there onto Lion as well. The cooler's going to be delayed a little bit for FUIT GUMMY, which could be crucial here as the time is ticking down for FUIT GUMMY to try to get back into the zone. You see that Sprinkler helping with the paint for bad guys here. You see the specials now being thrown for FUIT GUMMY. This is their last attempt. They need to go in. They will be able to force the penalty now. That was a very, very nice retake to at least get the zone into their control. They're now moving forward very, very aggressively onto this elbow area, forcing a 3-player down situation and forcing a jump out from the pen. So still fight in them yet. FUIT GUMMYs are still in this here. They don't have much penalty to really work with, and yet again it is bad guys' turn to retake.
Yeah, you see FUIT GUMMYs out of penalty, looking to hold on for as long as possible, making sure that nothing can come through. Unfortunately, one member is going to go down. There's a hammer. Two going to go down. Torch looking for more. Able to get the double kill with the hammer throw. Whoa, my God. Great job by Torch getting bad guys in there. And now FUIT GUMMYs on their back foot as quickly as they were pushing forward. They are now kind of reeling from this, making sure that they can get back in once again.
That lined up perfectly there, but here, yet again, FUIT GUMMY are a resilient bunch right with their retake, back with those trip strikes right on cue. Omega is trying to take these fights. They will get control of the zone now, trying to take out Blaster. They will get that pick, traded out by the pen, I believe. But you have the cooler now up for bad guys, but will there be any picks? There will be. Gochild does find one before they're traded out. Lion just trying to see if they can do some cleanup here as FUIT GUMMYs are now forcing the stagger onto bad guys who now just have to have one more retake. They do take out Blaster as well. The bad guys are getting staggered a little bit here. They need to see if they can find an equalizing pick.
Yeah, they might need to soon, but unfortunately, Torch is going to go down. Very unfortunate for that tomato, and the wipeout for FUIT GUMMYs will be what they need to take the lead here. 20 seconds remaining. There's the lead. Bad guys got to go for the zone. It doesn't matter now. You just have to go. Unfortunately, they're going to go down. Torch is down. The Reef won't come out, and FUIT GUMMYs, despite looking very vulnerable, having bad guys get down to 15 points remaining. 15 points remaining. They stood their ground. They did what they needed to do. They got the specials. They got the picks. They got the space. They got everything, and they will win in a sweep and make their way to the winner's side of Grand Finals.
And I think the thing I want to highlight most that FUIT GUMMYs was just able to do just slightly better than bad guys in that was their retakes. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Topic, but maybe there was only one retake from FUIT GUMMYs that didn't quite go their way, but everything else, every other retake was able to take the zone in a matter of mere moments, going in with the trip strikes, like right on cue, immediately back into control of zone. And at the end there, I mentioned a little bit about it. Bad guys were getting a little bit staggered after that. There was an element to it to where they were trying to just hold on to the zone, but unfortunately it forced them to kind of stagger themselves. And with those specials being denied, it gave so much time for FUIT GUMMYs to try to hold on to the zone, continue to get down that point total, and eventually, in a very impressive come from behind victory, take that one in a 3-0.
Yeah, very unfortunate if you're bad guys, but thankfully your run's not over. You have to win one more set in losers finals to meet FUIT GUMMYs again for possibly some revenge in grand finals. But yeah, I think overall FUIT GUMMYs, like you said, there were a very few amount of times where whenever they tried to retake that it didn't work. I think it was like one time where every time they got into zone, they got a retake and they at least got a little bit of pressure. A little pressure up the ramp time and time again just really worked out in their favor. And unfortunately for bad guys, they just couldn't handle it.
Yep, one last look at the bracket before we head out here. Definitely a team to take a look at is Kittens plus in Unemployment. You see them all the way down there in losers bracket. They lost in round one and have since not lost a set, even getting an upset over number one seeded Poor Judgment. And now they're facing Address the Gators in quarterfinals, but they have been on the back foot during this entire low ink run, and still being that lower bracket, losers bracket warriors there, and it's definitely to keep your eye on the remaining four in In quarterfinals, they're still fighting. You have addressed the Gators, Kins, plus unemployment, like I just mentioned, slow joiners who are currently down 0-2 against Singularity, and of course, bad guys over there as well. But that'll do it for at least me and Topic. But before we go, Topic, where can the people find you?
Yeah, you can find me mainly over on Blue Sky, but also Twitter as well at Topical2. Me to post about where I'm commentating next or just whatever I feel like. But Rocket, what about you?
Yeah, you can find me at Rocket1 on Blue Sky, mainly just post about what I'm up to lately and kind of just what tournaments me and my team have been playing in. But that's about it for that. But don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing the conclusion of this low ink here shortly. We'll have the one and only Popgun and Nox to close things out here. But that will do it for us here. We'll be right back and enjoy the rest of the stream, everyone.
Nixon 4, let's go!
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Low Ink May 2025. I am Popgun, joined by Nox, and we are just tickled to death to be here on Inkfarer's birthday. That's right. The person who has seen more Low Inks than any human being on planet Earth, at least more action from Low Inks, is celebrating their birthday today. Nox, what are you doing to celebrate?
I've got a second coffee for the day. Pretty exciting stuff. Yeah.
Okay, so Brush was in staff VC yesterday bragging about being on his third cup of coffee.
Oh, you don't want to know how much caffeine I can drink. This is me being tame.
This is okay. Well, fair enough.
Second coffee is a treat for fun. I can, in the midst of my capstone for my master's program, there was a lot of energy drinks, as you do.
Well, I treated myself to a black decaf coffee with lunch, with brunch this morning.
Nice. I have a black coffee sweetened with some stevia. Living on the edge, living boldly.
Singularity's been on some sort of caffeinated beverage during their entire run. They are now 8-0 per games in losers bracket. They started off the day taking a big fat L to address the Gators. Since then, they've 2-0'd everybody they've gone up against.
Wow.
And address the Gators. Thankfully for them, Kittens
is
plus
out of the game.
Kittens plus what? Unemployment? Is that what this is? Yes.
Yes, Kittens plus unemployment.
Okay, I guess that's a team name.
Well, kittens sure don't have jobs usually, I guess.
Oh, but they're also not like employable, so they shouldn't be counted towards
cat
unemployment.
cafes.
Yeah, but they're not employable though. They shouldn't count towards an unemployment rate.
I know there are some businesses that have cats on staff.
Oh no! Are they getting a paycheck? Are they getting a 401k or 401k? Are they getting a W-2?
They're getting free housing and food. That seems pretty good.
That's not employment. That's
but yeah,
that is. It's not called employment. I'll tell you that right now.
Probably apprenticeship.
Sure. Yeah. Air quotes. Apprenticeship.
Yeah.
Unpaid intern. Sure.
No, it's better than unpaid intern because they get food and housing.
Yeah. The essentials.
The things you need to survive.
Yeah, exactly. You keep doing this. You keep being kittens and try not to make a mess at Splatzone's Robo Ramen. This is loser semifinals. This is a best of 3 set, not a best of 5 that you just saw. Singularity. Actually, both these teams lost in round 1. Who knocked out the kittens? Initially, it was the slow joiners.
Interesting.
So, which is the team Singularity just beat. So both these teams beat the team that the other team beat. So if you want to play the ipso facto, they beat them, so they should beat them. That's not going to even mathematically work in this set.
They should both beat each other.
Exactly. Which is fine with me. That would speed up the tournament.
Yeah.
We could just skip losers finals, go straight to grands.
Never
Bad
hurts.
Guys versus FUIT Gummy.
FUIT Gummy is such a name.
Oh, we'll definitely get to them.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. We'll have to get through this.
Most likely.
Let's see. We got some players on this Kittens team. We got some players from Guess What? And I mainly know that because one of their players comes into the Low Ink pre-show pretty regularly to talk about their predictions for Low Ink. They didn't say anything about their own team this time around, though.
Oh, interesting.
At least not making top 4, which they've done so far. Flat Zone's Robo Ramen, and if anybody DCs, I am going to be livid. That goes to you idiots in chat as well. No connection issues this set.
Connection issues banned. We've got an S-Blast coming out and a Luna. Not often you see a Luna.
Oh, yeah, the Hammer Luna coming out from Kadena. But you have double ink strikes as well, going full cringe. Are the kittens plus unemployment for this for Splat Zones right now with the T-Tech and the Splash. So that Luna is going to have a great opportunity to start pushing up and push people
Yeah.
back if they can work with those strikes.
Well, especially with that hammer about to be at the ready, they should be able to approach fairly well as long as they time it against the Splatling, which they tried. They got in further than I thought they would there.
And right now, things looking pretty decent for Kittens. Plus, Unemployment, who is stretching the limits of our score bug to make it fit right now. All the ability points gone. We're starting to push up. So let's see. We got an S-Blast. This is the Booyah Bomb one. Correct? If they could come back
Yes.
alive, and I could see sort of in a decap as well. But right now, it's just the Flatling up on their own. That's not going to work out into their favor. Things looking very good for the Kittens.
Things are definitely looking really good for the Kittens. Another interesting thing to note is that both teams are running heavy edits, no pencils, which I know has been a more common shift recently, but it's not often you don't see it on either team.
Especially on this map, like pencil
Yeah,
on
it's
that glass wall is so annoying, which is why you typically see things like the vanilla shot, which you see put out inside of Singularity to kind of fire Zukas across. But yeah, no pencil that they have to worry about. Instead, it is that double edit, and they are allowed to be a little bit more aggressive with that thing, kind of if you get into the right spot. And, well, you can be aggressive with the blasters too.
Absolutely.
Nice little 2-for-1 combo. Gives Singularity an opportunity to put points up on the board.
Strikes came out, didn't get a ton of value. Seems like they're going to likely try to farm another set, but they've got to survive the blaster again first. Seems like they might not be able to. Points are really ticking away here for Singularity. Kittens plus employment might be getting a little uncomfortable.
You don't have to rush this, though. You got such a huge lead. You can build up your specials. The hammer got evaporated somehow. Now they just got to dive bomb into the zone. That's not going to work out. The hammer, they really relying on that hammer to make something happen, and they just got crushed, maybe by an Ink Strike. And then everybody else just kind of dive bombed into the zone and got 8 up. That's going to be it.
It
I think
is.
Singularity takes this.
Yeah, something I always... Oh? They might still be in here. Seems like Kittens plus unemployment was trying to get back in. Almost got it. They almost got back in, though. If those strikes had come just a little bit earlier, they might have been able to do it.
You know, plus voting just closed. Everybody got the results for that. You know, you can put down, hey, we lost to this team, but we almost. You know, yeah, that should
People
be
are
worth
still
a vote
doing
or
that?
two.
I thought we'd moved on.
From almost?
Yeah.
Close only counts in horseshoes and turf war.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's a more appropriate way of saying the quote.
Which makes no sense when you think about it, but we're moving on here. So this is best of 3. Singularity up 1-0. Kittens had a very good opening. Singularity had a better run of things. Let's give you a little bit of a preview of who Singularity is, because they were a team that I had in my top 10 last month, and they didn't really do so hot. But this time around, they're in Alpha Bracket. They are a Div... They are the team that finished 4th place in Div 6.
Oh, wow.
And actually, the team that won Div 6, Cosmic Cherries, eliminated them in semifinals 5-3. So that was a close set that they had to get a loss in there. But this is an actual legit team. And in fact, as I'm kind of looking at here, Bad Guys are actual legit team. FUIT Gummies are actual legit. Kittens, I think, is mostly just a pickup. Yeah. So far, we could have a situation where the top 3 teams are actual teams that have been playing pretty consistently in low ink.
That's always exciting. It's always great to see the teams that are around, that stick around, actually get all the way to the top. Definitely something we see more in low ink than other tournaments right now.
Well.
And for the past, since whatever point in Splatoon 2, for the past how many years now? 6?
Oh gosh, I always try to think about when that Riptide was, where Splatoon 3 came in. I keep forgetting that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it.
It doesn't. But you know what? Then you think a year prior to that, we were all looking up the sky, seeing missiles coming down. Almost 40
anything
a
was
clip.
better than that. Yeah. Can't
It's
go
like,
back to there.
Can Stingray be broken again? Like that
well,
honestly
we
wasn't-
also did that at the same time.
You know what I'm so mad about, or not mad about, but just how Rainmaker sucks in this game. If they gave us Canal or Black Belly Skate Park without Stingray,
oh my
like
god,
we could do those two in Rainmaker right now, and the mode wouldn't be so bad.
Yeah, I was always hoping they'd bring back Bubble Blower because it feels like it would be very at home in Splatoon 3 to me.
Well, they kind of did. They kind of just made it one giant bubble.
No, it's not the
like,
same.
this
It
is our
can't
bubble.
explode.
No, but it can protect you.
But I want it to
It could-
explode on other
it can
people when I
bubble.
use a torpedo in the exact right way.
It has bubble-like properties to it.
Yeah, it
to some
does.
extent. Did we not change any weapons here? No,
No,
nobody changed anything.
We're committed. I
Are
actually
we still
did
in
expect
zones?
No,
What
we're
is
on
this?
Clam Blitz.
Clam Blitz? We can't be on Clam Blitz because that one person isn't in chat right now.
We
So
can't
either
be
they
playing
fell
double
asleep
Yeah.
or they don't
Well,
care anymore.
Yeah, I can't believe that we're playing Double Strike in Clam Blitz. Not usually a map, not usually a mode we see it on, and not a map that I'd imagine lends itself to it particularly well.
If Double Strikes is going to work, it's like they used it right there. They literally just threw it right onto their Luna Blaster, and they're trying to just make it set up to where their Luna Blaster has a giant smoke screen. They can just kind of ninja into those strikes and work with that. That has to be like the main
Yeah.
thing I'm thinking they're trying to come up with. But right now, Singularity just pushed up into the middle of the zone and got things at least established in their color.
Yeah, definitely a pretty neutral start. Pretty normal for Clam Blitz for the first minute or two to just kind of be a lot of skirmishing in mid. Or if we see a push, it's usually not a huge push right off the bat. We do have a power clam on the board, but it's not going to be moving anywhere, I think, too quickly. Though the hammer
This
could
is
prove me
hammer.
wrong.
Oh, there we go. A
It broke.
hammer clip.
There we
Put that on
go.
social media. There we go. 3 players going down. Autumnal seems a little bit
Autumnal?
confused about their own name. This is
Oh.
the Guess What captain, I believe. Able to pop the basket as they throw 2 clams in right in play. And they got 2 ink strikes ready to go, but they're throwing all 6 of them at the same exact time instead of
Interesting.
staggering them a little bit. But it does at least clear space long enough for them to get underneath 40 on their opening push. This is a really good score for them.
Yeah, underneath 40 is an incredible starting push. You can feel pretty confident in it for the rest of the game if you need to. Obviously, still better to keep pushing, still better to score more. But as far as a good push, it's absolutely a great one to take as far as you can.
And they didn't end it in a awkward way of, oh,
Yes.
all of our players are splatted and we're going to lose control of mid. Even though they lost control of mid anyways because this decap started slicing the heads off of squids. I can't know why I forgot the official term for that, but maybe we should
Decapitating?
move on anyway. Yeah, there we go. This is a family friendly show.
It's
Stream.
yeah, I think that's
For
a
now.
fine word, probably.
Sure.
Maybe the history degree confuses me there, but it's probably a fine word. But we're getting close to another tri-strike. I don't know. Yeah, it seems like they're not going to hold it for the second, so that Loon is likely going to be trying to move forward here, taking advantage of the fact that they're almost to that hammer. Mid, looking to be taken by Kittens, might not quite succeed here thanks to this bubble coming out from Singularity.
A lot of these specials being used defensively by Singularity. The bubbler, the Booyah Bomb being popped right there just to kind of pop it. I mean, that thing's really difficult to get Booyah Bombs or any specials with a blaster, mind you. But still, 2 players down from the side of Kittens plus unemployment. Now we're starting to see some clams being built up by Singularity, trying to go along this left side here. But a nice defense, nice shutdown by the Edit. Yet again, still not on the pencil, doing a good job defensively of keeping Singularity pushed back.
Yeah, I really like seeing the shift to edit. I think it flows a lot nicer in general. This is coming from a very biased perspective because I like playing edit, to be fair. I like Splatoons quite a bit. But I think it allows for your teammates, especially in not low paint comps, but lower paint comps, to allow them to move a lot more freely. And it allows you to push up with them so much more aggressively. And as I was saying that, we got 3 down on the side of Singularity. Kittens plus unemployment rapidly taking space.
I would be careful here if I'm the Kittens. You only have 1 power clam. You're going to have to do a lot to get the score underneath the penalty points right here. So you don't want to like overextend up to this point, and that seems to be the same exact path that they're choosing to take right here. Now throwing the ink strikes, now getting some splats, and now have a great pincher situation being built up right there. Nicely played, and they're going to get the delayed wipeout right here. That blaster's dead. What an expertly timed play. They didn't rush this push right here. They waited till they had everything necessary to make it worthwhile to go in, and now they're going to add to their score. Not a whole heck of a lot, but they did bleed a lot of time off the clock as well. You're only going to get one opportunity at getting the lead here if you're Singularity, and they got a long way to go.
They do. What a great job of eating away at the timer in Splatoon. It can be so important to just tick away at time rather than trying to truly get a lot more points. I think that's especially true in Rainmaker and Flamblitz. Because if you're pushing, they can't be. If you're at their basket, they typically can't be at yours unless they've got an Ink Rush pulling some real shenanigans.
There are some shenanigans getting pulled right here by this decap who's able to clear out and get a lot of splats. This is going to stall enough time with that bubbler as well, but that was their mercy clam. Do they have anything else they need? But my goodness, this decap might just 1v4 this team right here. They're still alive? Really? Oh, they just need two more clams in there. And they're still going at it! What? Oh, no!
Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, are they going to lose this? Are they going to lose this? No! The decap refused! Oh, my goodness! That is one of the greatest individual plays I've ever seen in low ink. My goodness!
I mean, it goes to show the power of that player, but also the power of decap. There's not really other weapons that could do that, quite frankly.
Voidia literally dragged the corpse of their team to a victory right there. Damn! My goodness. I mean, they got the huge splats to start the push. And then they just stayed in zone and just body blocked all four players and even got the final clam in there.
Hey, Popgun, I think even if the whole team doesn't win, you gotta at least ban them.
You know what?
Ridiculous.
We might just ban them mid-tournament. We might just be like, hey, you're not even going to get to losers finals. I'm sorry.
That doesn't, you can't do that. That's illegal.
You're not supposed to be that good. And you also beat a team full of kittens that are unemployed. If you're unemployed, you should be really good at this game. You got nothing else to do.
Yeah, that's going to be my goal over the summer.
Is to be unemployed?
To get really good at things since I'm unemployed.
Oh. Take advantage of the time given to you.
Exactly.
My goodness. All right, so...
I mean, I'm going to be real. Kittens plus unemployment played that incredibly until they fumbled defense at the very end because one player just went, I'm simply better.
I mean, they were.
They were simply better, but that's not how it's supposed to work.
Voidia with a profile picture of what I'm assuming is a feminized Shadow the Hedgehog. Representing the Great Britain, it looks like, or the United Kingdom. Nicely done. Nicely done to you.
Yeah.
And the rest of Singularity for throwing in the clams right there. And keeping that push going.
Yeah.
I mean,
I want to highlight Voidia's awareness also of going, oh, my teammates don't have enough clams. We have enough people under basket. I need to go get clams right now because that timer got so close.
Oh, you're right. Like it
almost
just like
closed.
A few ticks away. Yeah. And someone else got one more clam. Voidia only threw in one clam.
Yeah.
They needed two. I didn't see where the second clam came from. But yeah, that was good.
It was impressive.
That was good. And now the bad guys.
Yeah. Have to go against a team that's going to be on a rush of all time.
So here's what we're going to be seeing. Goat Child on Bad Guys is one of the most experienced low ink players we've seen in a long time. Used to just use E-Leader for UCSD esports back in the day. It's now stuck in pencil jail like every other Charger player. And if you're pencil and you know an edit's going to be coming out on the other side.
You feel good.
Yeah. Especially when you're an actually good Charger player, which Goat Child is.
Yeah. I know that whenever I have played any Splatlings in the past, I have always been like, oh, they have a Charger. I feel useless.
Yeah.
And you're not. You're still helping paint. You're still helping move forward, but you can't fulfill that help your team push in roll as much as usual because your spacing has to be so different because of the charger.
And you're constantly looking for an opportunity to sucker punch the charger. Like when
Yeah,
they're not
sometimes
looking
to
at you,
a mental degree.
and then you just clock them in the face. And
Or
it's
they
like,
clock
that's-
you because you got too
yeah.
aggressive.
Or what I like to do in solo queue is just assume the enemy charger sucks and just like do my own thing anyways. And that tends to work out most of the time.
Back in my junior days, my favorite thing to do was antagonize chargers with splat bombs and then pop armor and just rush at them for fun. It's good that they took away armor.
One Shot, the player named One Shot, when I was playing competitively, that was the one person where it's like, all right, I can't even play against this person. Like, I'm just gonna do C-Jet and just spam like Ray and missiles at this person because like I just give up. Like I cannot fight that person.
Well, and especially with like you were usually on Hydra, so you had more range than most Splatlings.
Yeah. But I would also fight a lot of chargers, and I would also just like not care because I would eventually like
they're
figure
gonna
out how to
miss.
make it work.
Well, and they're gonna miss. They're not gonna hit you.
But One Shot never missed, and it was just like, all right, I'm just gonna give
one
up.
guy. One guy knows how to hit.
One shot, one victory. Bad Guys has been on a quite a tear this what is it, Saturday afternoon or Sunday afternoon, I guess. That's what we're getting here, or Sunday evening. If
We
you're
are
across the
approaching
pond.
evening.
We are. Bad Guys have knocked out the Poor Judgment team 2-1, and they knocked out Slow Joiners 3-0. Those two were some of the more favorite teams. They also beat Roulette.
Oh wow!
At the very beginning, 2-1. So they've knocked off some really strong teams along the way here. The only one to get the better of them is FUIT GUMMY, who is waiting for them in grand finals. I'm assuming they lost at least one set yesterday. The Poor Judgment actually 3-0'd them yesterday, so they got revenge on them. But right now they got to deal with Singularity, who is you gotta wonder how much. Okay, so we're talking about how long they've been playing in losers bracket and like coffee. How long you're on your second cup, correct?
Yeah.
How long will that last you?
Today a while. Sometimes I drink them in I have ADHD. I interact with caffeine weirdly. I like to have caffeine instead of taking actual ADHD meds. It is preferred for me. It is my preferred stimulant.
Okay. So
I understand for most people that it makes you very it can make you very jittery or something.
Yes, that it has that kind of effect
and
on me.
that's not something you want in a tournament like this.
Eventually, though, Singularity is going to hit a wall, and
but
it's all going to come crashing down.
I don't think it will happen this set because of how well their last game went.
They're
going to be in that VC so amped up right now.
Yeah, they'll need that and several other things to just keep themselves hype and just
keep that adrenaline up.
Fake energy. Yeah, exactly. Like fake energy to last through the rest of the tournament because they've been playing for so long. Eventually, it does catch up to you. It doesn't matter how good of a player you are. You do crash at some point.
Well, yeah,
and right
especially
now,
with low ink.
Yes. Oh, 100% with low ink. Versus,
not often we see a Zimmy.
No, and they've been using it pretty consistently. Also, we're going to start implementing a new rule next, Low Ink. If you name yourself after a weapon and don't use that weapon, there's going to be some sort of consequence for it.
Absolutely.
Blaster on a mini is not acceptable.
Absolutely. I completely agree. That should have been banned a long time ago, and players should feel bad about it, I think.
They should. I mean, it's fraud, if anything.
It is. But we were seeing Torch really getting pushed up here, taking advantage of every space they're able to create, backing out at a really smart time to get that cooler. And with that hammer at the ready, they just need to find a spot where the Splatling isn't looking, or I guess you can just toss it at the Splatling. That works too. Knock off Zuka.
It at least pushes them back a little bit right here. There's two players going down to the side of Bad Guys. Keep in mind, Bad Guys has the traditional Dread Ringer, which you will only see in Low Ink and nowhere else. That is, or I guess enough people have been banned from Low Ink so that everybody uses it. Who'd you say?
Chara was using it a little into Vex.
Oh, that doesn't count. When you're surrounded with FT Win members, you can use any weapon.
That is true.
But Reef Slider does work out really well in zone, especially.
Yes. Especially this zone, I found. I played with a Tetra for a while, and this was one of the zones that they were like, yeah, I'll just farm Slider. And absolutely, that works. It's not the ideal, but it will work out for you here because this zone can be capped by looking at it, essentially.
It really helps when you have the lead, too, because you can just keep firing leash sliders at the zone and at least stall it out. And you can do this kind of... You don't want to spend 3 minutes doing that, but if you get down to a scenario where you just need to place flat zone tug of war, you're going to have an advantage as long as you keep that special going. Also, if you can just eliminate players left and right, as we see if Void Dia can pull another rabbit out of their hat, keep this one going a little bit longer. The answer is no, and we're looking at a possible KO.
We are. Really great hold for bad guys. They've been doing a great job of not overextending while still making sure to take enough space. It's such a delicate balancing act. But they did that perfectly. They managed to essentially keep Singularity staggered in a way where they didn't really get their specials out ever.
Because of that hammer they threw earlier.
Yeah.
Oh, he might get another one of those. Let's dodge that.
You gotta be
down right there.
You gotta be scared of the hammer that gets thrown. For sure. The one hammer.
It's also worth noting that is the first loss Singularity has had in... They were on a 10-0 win streak.
Wow.
That was the first loss they've had.
Well, maybe that'll be a motivation to get back. I don't know. Maybe they're just not feeling that specific zones map. Maybe they didn't like playing into the pencil there. It is their counter pick now, which is always exciting. I have no clue what they will do, because low ink players counter picking is always an adventure.
It is. It is. We've seen some good counter picks, and we've seen some that
that cost them the tournament.
Yes, absolutely. And it's been a long time since Singularity has made a counter pick. And
yeah.
For what was it? Oh, they lost the only counter pick they made in the tournament. So
that's not a great feeling.
Not a good feeling. They usually, and they have never lost on an opponent's counter pick in this tournament.
Interesting.
So if I'm Singularity, I'm going to bad guys and be like, what if we just gentlemen to you doing the counter pick? Oh my gosh.
Okay.
You remember Good Morning?
Yeah.
So Good Morning, we played them in a Nintendo tournament, and there was a rule to where, like, Team A picks the mode, Team B picks the map.
Yeah.
And it was like set up in a certain way to where, like,
those old Nintendo tournament rules were something.
It was set up in a certain way to, like, game 4, you have no choice but to pick one mode, and the other team has all the advantage because they actually get to pick the map. So it's like, and Good Morning, God bless them, but they were like, oh, we're going to be nice. We're going to let you pick game 1. Like, they were doing it out of the kindness of their heart when really they knew the rules would benefit them if they tricked us into doing it first so that they could help out later. I mean, it didn't matter. They curb stomped us anyways, but...
That's... Oh, you know, if there's one thing I'll give Nintendo, it's that they've gotten way better at running their tournaments with much more sensical rules.
I'm glad I got to say that story because it distracted me from the fact that we're going to Tower Control Art Academy.
Yeah, there's nothing new to say about this map. I'm going to be fully honest. If you've watched Splatoon tournaments with commentary before, you've heard everything there is to say about this map. It is played constantly. You need to know how to play it. It is never ending and inescapable, just like Mako Zones.
It is also unfortunate that Singularity probably didn't watch stream and realize that the bad guys played this map and mode against slow joiners and got a huge lead in the opening against them. So bad guys are not like, oh no, Tower Control Arcade. They probably would have counterpicked this if they had the choice anyways, which maybe is the strategy Singularity was going with. A little psychological play. It's not working out for them right now, though.
Yeah, and admittedly, the paintbrush swapping here is interesting. It's not a weapon we see a lot of. I know people have been talking about it being better than it was at one point, but that's not the highest bar to set. I guess they wanted the missiles, I guess. I thought we were done with those, though. I thought I didn't have to see those anymore. I thought I got to never see those again. I thought that was how this worked.
Yeah, the Chicago White Sox are technically better than what they were last year, but that's more of a backhanded compliment than anything when you look at the standings we got. By the way, that is a haunt paintbrush.
Oh my god!
As well, so that is a brush.
I actually do respect haunt. I think haunt's very interesting and can be very useful.
I remember Firefin players in Splatoon 2 used to use haunt as like their main.
It's changed a good bit in 3 out of memory, but I also haven't thought about it in a hot second. I've known Tetra players who run it, which is always exciting because it means they're a very confident Tetra player.
It's basically just like less risky, less risk, less reward. Respawn Punisher.
It's the QR version of Respawn Punisher. You get to have QR and
Timu Respawn Punisher.
Yeah,
you're coming out right here.
But both of these teams are pretty evenly matched right now. They have the same checkpoints cleared, which is, if you're Singularity, at least what you want to be seeing. You technically have the lead, which is good. But right now, I would really say scores even. Same checkpoint's been crossed. Next checkpoint isn't that hard to reach.
Yeah, but still, just psychologically, as the team making the counter pick here, it does feel good to have the lead crossing the halfway line.
Absolutely.
But you're correct. You want to, that happened. So
Hammer
that
does that.
them.
Hammer's good at hitting things now, admittedly. It should have been good at that from the start, but now it actually can.
And, they used their Booyah Bomb already, too.
Interesting.
So now they're not going to have any defensive special. I mean, they might get a Zuka by the time it gets to that checkpoint.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they kind of burned that. I was kind of hoping they would hold on to that a little bit longer.
Yeah, it seems like Tomato's jumping out there looking to get the missiles out. It seems like Bad Guys is having a much harder time finding a way to break in here than they did. Well, clearly than they did last game. They got in and held for the entire time last game.
If the decap can get up top right here. Yeah, this was one spot I was wondering if they were going to find a way to do it. And who's the one player you don't want to see up top there? Another 2-for-1 special. That's going to open up the door to clear that checkpoint. They might get more on top of this as well. It's a delayed wipe.
Yeah. We're seeing the dually attempt to rush in, but it's not going to work out for them. Going to go towards the checkpoint. Dually drops in, manages to find one. Voidia still in that area. You do not want a decap in. Goatchild touching the tower to get it moving back towards mid, but Voidia is inescapable until, luckily, the charger finally gets him.
1 minute left to go here. A full checkpoint lead for Singularity. They got a Booyah Bomb they can use for the defense. They got a Zuka they can use as well. But really the key here is just to keep the aggression up. Keep that decav pushing up.
Uh-oh. See, this is what you don't want to do with under a minute left. You don't want to go 3 down. It's better than a full wipeout, but you really don't want to go 3 down in this situation. We do see the crab coming out from Blaster. This is an interesting spot to use it, but definitely putting out a ton of pressure, helping their teammates claim more space. And Torch is in such a good position. They're right under the ledge.
Yeah, good spacing all around. Jumping out of that, I wonder if they're just trying to get onto the tower just to make
the Blaster was there. They wanted to get away from the Blaster.
And they got Hammer ready to go too, but this isn't going to be lead, is it? Torch is having a lot of difficulty finding. Somebody's jumping into Torch into a death trap up top there as well.
Yeah.
But I see, because of the lack of time, they basically just had to Hail Mary it at that point.
But we do see them close enough to, they're close enough to the tower to get overtime. They need to start moving in front of the tower, or at least get on it. Torch managing to climb it just in time, but gets taken out by the shot. 1-1 going into game 3.
Singularity winning their first counter pick of the entire tournament. It took them to losers finals to do so. Keep in mind, that's only the second counter pick they've made all day as well, which is a credit to the fact that they've been winning pretty much nonstop. They're now 11-1 in their past 12 games that they played in losers brackets. And now we get to see Bad Guys make a counter pick. Do they want to go back to Tower Control Art Academy for the fun of it? Or the only thing
nobody finds it fun.
They can't just go back to zones. That's their most recent win.
Yeah.
Everything else is on the table.
Which is always interesting. I imagine that we might see Rainmaker come out here, or potentially Clams. I'm always a little more surprised to see Clams come out. I'm always excited to see it, but more surprised to see it. Especially if there's a charger on the team, even if it's pencil, it definitely doesn't love clams, usually.
I don't know. Maybe we could ask Goat Child. What are your thoughts on Clamblitz? Do you think Goat Child is actually the Clamblitz person in chat? Do you think that could be? Like, we don't know. Like, that's just Batman. We don't know who's under the mask there.
Look, it's important to have one Clamblitz person in chat that's unknown. And I think that's so important. Batman does an important job in the community.
That's true.
There's a reason that he wears the mask.
Yes. It's to protect all the Clamblitz fans who don't feel comfortable announcing to the world that they're Clamblitz fans.
All those citizens of Gotham.
My bad, my Switch dock got bumped. Oh, that was earlier. That was
okay.
Not a recent thing. So what we got counter picks here coming out from Bad Guys. And they're did they take a timeout to come up to this decision here? Did we how many timeouts do they get each half? I wonder. They're taking their time to make sure to come up with this. By the way, shout outs to you, the viewers in chat. We hope you're enjoying this tournament. We hope you're enjoying this stream. It's always a pleasure to have you here. Most of you here. And man, we're just having a good time, enjoying Low Ink.
It's always a fun one. Low Ink's just it's a tournament I have really fond memories of from back in the Ink Eye Wiggly Phantom days. A million years ago now.
Ink Eye.
Yeah, I was the junior player for Ink Eye.
Ink Eye became Illuminati?
No, Illumini.
Illumini. Right. That's what Ink Eye Illumini. I remember that.
Way back
Ink Strike Inklings and all the
There are less Ink teams now. I want to give Splatoon players credit for naming less things Ink now.
Oh my gosh, there is so many cephalopod teams.
Look,
in,
they had to move on to something.
Cephalopod is by far the most popular,
it's the new word?
Yeah. And I don't know why. I don't know why.
It's fun to
why
say.
We don't see more like top level teams called Cephalopod something. Like, why is that just a low level exclusive name?
Well, because we don't have top level teams.
Yeah, we do. They just don't call themselves teams. They call themselves pickups,
true.
even though they play with each other in every freaking tournament that they do.
That's true. But that means that they don't have set team names, which means we get whatever nonsense they feel like saying on any given day.
Come on.
I'll give Moonlight credit. They have a set name. Good for Moonlight.
They do. Moonlight. They're going to be... we need to talk about MomoCon at some point.
I'm going to be there.
I know you are. You're going to be one of the commentators. This is your second year in a row commentating that, correct?
It is. It's actually very special to me to get to go to MomoCon because I grew up cosplaying in the Southeast. And it's like one of the big cosplay cons down there. So it's very special to me to get to go at all, much less to get to commentate an official event there. It's very special to me.
Moo Con, which you can catch live here on IPL next weekend. Catch the full coverage of that. We'll talk more about that.
Be there.
We'll definitely talk more about that as we get some time to it. All right, 1-1.
Yeah.
Bad Guys making a counter pick, and we are at ship shape. Is this tower control? It is. Ride the tower, says your solo queue teammate who doesn't do a good job of getting splats, but expects you to ride the tower anyway.
Well, your solo queue teammate who doesn't even move in front of the tower, but stands behind it despite being on wiper.
Yes.
Yeah. We are seeing the paintbrush stick around. I guess they really like that for tower.
Well, it's they lost the last tower control game, but they're hoping this map here a little bit more lengthy. Vertical map, I guess you'd say.
Yeah.
Horizontal. Let's go with that. Hot dog style map, not hamburger.
It's definitely a hot dog map, not a hamburger map. And we are seeing a scramble in mid right now, but Voidia moving forward quite quickly. Torch managing to take them out, but looks like they might get taken out by Generally. As everyone's just dancing around, it is absolute ink shed out there.
Do you think Blaster doesn't even play Blaster? Like, I mean, we used to see Mini and Splatling, or Splat Dualies, and they're doing a good job of it. But you think like they don't even know how to use Blaster? Like how ironic would that be?
It would be very ironic. I feel relatively confident in a guess that they were at one point a Blaster one trick and just went, this isn't working for me, and dropped it entirely, but they didn't want to change their name because they associated their identity with it.
I already built a brand, you know?
Yeah.
You know,
You gotta stick with your brand. At some point, you can't change your name.
By the way, there is a Blaster on the map, and that Blaster
Yes.
just got eliminated from the side of Singularity. And now Blaster, the player, not the weapon, is going in against the Voidia. And the decaf has jumped in right now. Things just kind of chill in mid. We're just kind of having a chill little game 3 right now.
Yeah, this map kind of is very slow until it's suddenly the fastest map you've ever seen. There is no middle pace on this map. And we're seeing that, we might see that start happening right here as Goatchild is on this tower, and that is a dangerous place for the pencil to be.
And that is a all-in kind of jump to go right there.
Yeah.
Are they going to clear this checkpoint?
No, but they're
I don't
going to get
think
2
so.
points into it. They're going to get lead, technically. Or if Torch keeps playing like this, they might keep going. Big note here, Torch did switch from Wiper to Decap. That is a big change.
Ah, you're right. So no more hammer, and they are going to use bubblers that they can use on the tower.
And it's-
I mean, still kind of same weapon class. They're both
I mean, they're same weapon class, but they don't really play the same role. It's kind of midline Slayer versus frontline Skirmish.
But anything. Maybe they just want to come off the hammer as well. Maybe they just want
Maybe.
to like what they were doing. If
It's
they were
possible
able to
that they
pull
really
off
want
the-
that bubble.
Yes, especially if they could pop it onto the
Oh.
tower. Or in a situation like this. On a map like this, honestly, you pop it like right here, it just completely shuts down this area and just kind of forces you along the catwalk along the right side of the map right there. So, and Torch is in a good position. Torch is probably saying, hey, get on the tower. Like, I got this. Y'all get that. Let's go.
Yeah, it seems like Torch is choosing to use it a bit defensively right now to allow Goatchild to be able to back off safely. Cinda from Singularity looking to start moving the tower here, taking advantage of their own cooler, but not going to be able to make it very far probably with the Paintbrush and Decav right on top of them. Just so much skirmishing in mid throughout this game. Neither team getting a solid foothold.
2 players going down from the side of bad guys right here. And yeah, this is a very a suspiciously low story
For this
tower
map
control
especially.
ship shape. Yeah, the Rainmaker of tower control map.
Yeah.
And right now, not a whole heck of a lot on the scoreboard. One checkpoint has been cleared by the bad guys, who appear to be in a situation where they can start pushing up for a second one. The problem is just getting control of this left side of the map. But
Yeah.
also,
Oh,
two
okay.
teams explode.
Well, maybe
Tomato
that's why they like the
bursts on 'em.
paintbrush.
It's all the haunt. They haunted them.
It's you gotta know exactly where they are. If you have them haunted, they can't escape you. If you can see them, what are they gonna do about it?
2 more players getting eliminated, and things are looking really good for the bad guys right now. Even the hero of Singularity gets eliminated, as well as the tower continues to inch towards this second checkpoint. But more importantly, a lot of times getting bled off the clock right here as this Blaster player trying to rat out this zone, and they do clear it.
And the Julie doing a great job of clearing over to right side here, able to get back on the tower, dancing around. The Blaster does manage to hit them because it is a Blaster and gets to hit around objects for fun. If that was any other weapon, they likely would have stalled that out longer. Torch going ahead fast and quickly. I want to give bad guys a lot of credit here for how quickly they move up and take space.
And now it just comes down to what is the GG play going to be, because this is going to be the first legit
Don't
push
really have a GG
Singularity is going to have right here, and it's coming into overtime. They're going to pop Bubbler onto the tower, but they get their Zuka player gets eliminated immediately. But look how far back everybody is right now.
Yeah.
Will this buy enough time for Singularity to jump back into this action? Could the Blaster clear enough space for that? I don't know. Oh, and they got Soda as well as they're continuing to ride this last one. They got to clear the second checkpoint, though. Torch gets eliminated, but there's the crab at the perfect time, and there's
Soda
the missiles that you have no hope of
There we
dodging.
go.
Nicely done there by bad guys.
Yeah, bad guys played that really well. They didn't overextend in that last little push area because that could have easily been game for them. As you saw, we've talked about, it is the Rainmaker of tower control maps. You're never safe until it's over.
Both teams saving their best push for the final minutes. But Fireworks it was not, as the blasters, as the Tenta missiles came down from the sky and chased everybody off, getting some nice picks as well in conjunction with the crab coming from the blaster players. Bad guys find themselves with a 2-1 lead. One win away from a date with FUIT GUMMY, who eliminated them earlier in winners finals here. So the rule is you can't pick the most recent mode you've won on. Tower control is now off the table for both teams in these next two counter picks. Do you see the Clan Blitz or Rainmaker come back out here, or is there a specific Rainmaker map or Splat Zones map that you got to feel good about if you are Singularity? That's the question they got to figure out, not me.
There's not another that's really... I don't know. I mean, they definitely... Maybe Umami would be different enough, at least from Mahi Mahi, that they would feel confident going there. Umami Double Zones plays very differently than most other maps, but you don't really want to play Edit into Pencil there. That doesn't feel great. The Blaster would excel there, though. It seems like we're going to be... It seems like Singularity knows the basic map modes to pick, though, and is just going to go Zones Mako Mart to torment us.
Fair enough. I mean, I was sitting here thinking, like, if they did want to go back to Clan Blitz, do you really want to go back in Barnacle and Dime? Yeah, you just got a good win off of there, but you don't want to go up against... You don't want to go up against Zuka and Pencil on a map like that.
Well, and also, they got a... Good win's a strong word. They got a miracle overtime push.
It did, but, like, psychologically.
Yes, that's true.
But Splat Zones Mako Mart is their counter pick that they're going off here. The final destination of competitive Splatoon. I guess the question is more as bad guys. Are you going to stick with that paintbrush here? Was that a tower control exclusive thing? Are you going to see the mini come back out from Blaster? Which makes no sense when you say that out loud, but Zimmy has been working out really good for that player when they have been using it on zone specifically. So there's a lot of things bad guys can change off of this. And I wonder, I don't think we're going to see much changes coming out of Singularity unless they have like a last-ditch effort comp that they want to bust out right here.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see the paintbrush from bad guys sticking around on Mako specifically with how many stacks there are. And the fact that neither team really has a bucket they're working with, it can kind of not fulfill that same kind of job, but it's like the closest thing to it in my eyes, because while Decav and Wiper and stuff like that play well around ledges, it's in a very different way than buckets, to me at least. And
elimination game for Singularity. They have to win if they want to keep their tournament hopes alive. Bad guys looking to close out this set right here, right now, and they are going to be the Dread Ringer back out. Blaster's still going to stay with the dualies. So Dreadringer versus Dreadringer matchup.
Interesting. Yeah, really similar comps in a lot of ways. I mean, it's definitely a good crab tank map. I don't mind the dualies here. It's definitely not something I would necessarily seek out. The Zuka is really good for helping clear off these stacks, especially if they're going to be running a crab. Because it allows you to just insta-destroy the crab. The original point of Zuka in comps was to deal with crab. Back in the early days of Splatoon 3. So that should be an interesting little interaction. But we're seeing bad guys move up really quickly and do a great job in this opening, as Torch tries to use the hammer, but it doesn't quite work out.
So they use the Dread Ringer on the side of Singularity. They're giving up the decaf. That's Voidia who's using the Dread Ringer. So that's going to take a little bit off of their aggression and push-up ability. But they do get that reslider, and, well, they're going to need a whole heck of a lot more than that right now. As they don't have the lead. Penalty points should be getting close to being eliminated right now for the bad guys. They're starting to push up, starting to create a lockout situation right here. And Tomato, who has a reslider ready to go, uses it offensively to take care of the Zukas before they can get going. And what is that reslider?
Just for funsies, I guess.
They might have gotten the splat because of it, but now they're not going to use it for the zone.
Where they could have already had cap with it. But they are close to another.
That was a defensive one used by Singularity. Yeah, they're going to get a second one right here. And look at that.
That's silly. That shouldn't do that.
That's Splatoon 3. That's
well, to be fair, there's been insta-caps in all the games.
That's true.
That's not just Splatoon 3, at least.
resliding out of the Booyah Bomb. But here's the problem with Singularity. Resliders aren't really going to help you. They're going to keep you in the game, but again, if it's just Reslider versus Reslider, the team with the huge leads is going to win.
Absolutely.
It, you know? But here's what you got to do. You got to hold on to this Reslider, try to counter it against the one that bad guys are going to be using at any moment. Right? And you see them back it up. They know. They're like ready to just do like a demolition derby in mid at one point if it comes down to it. And it might be, oh no, they're popping it early.
Oh, it got rid of the hammer for him too. That's kind of big. Seems like Singularity is able to hold on to mid. They're almost able to take lead. They're going to just want to focus paint for a few more seconds. There it is. There's lead switch. Singularity might be able to take this to a game 5.
So Blaster,
there are 2 minutes left.
Blaster opted to go for a fight instead of trying to stall the zone right there. Interesting decision. They didn't get the splat either. So that was lead for Singularity because of that little decision right there. And it might be KO as well. Look, they got another Reslider ready to go. They got a Booyah Bomb on top of it. Booyah Bomb can back some players up. If thrown in the right spot, that's going to do it.
Oh, yeah.
Singularity's coming back.
One thing I will definitely give Singularity from watching them, at least so far this tournament, they are good at a comeback. They don't mind playing from behind and making it work.
They are refusing to lose, at least up to this point. And now we're going to a game 5 with the bad guys able to make the counter pick on what they want to do here. They can go back to splat zones if they want to. The rule is you can't go to the mode you most recently won on. And their most recent mode win was tower control. You can't go back to any map you've won on. So no splat zone ship shape. I don't even know if that's in the map pool. I should know that.
It is in the map pool. I have it pulled up.
Oh, there you go. Look at you.
What happens when I'm no longer working on a master's degree? I remember to pull pages up.
When you're an unemployed kitten, all
yeah,
kinds of
lots
things,
of time.
Things just kind of pop up for you there. Okay, so bad guys gets the counter pick.
Yeah, I don't know that you want to go Rainmaker against Singularity with how they've been playing, with how explosive they are. They're not necessarily a team that plays at a steady, consistent pace. They kind of explode when they do things. So maybe Rainmaker would be not the greatest choice here.
According to Oxford Languages, Singularity is described as the state, fact, quality, or condition of being singular.
Interesting.
That seems like the most anti-team name you could come up with in that context.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's also like the Big Bang Singularity, but I could be losing my mind there.
Like Singularity AI or something?
No, like... Yeah, the initial singularity is a singularity predicted by some models of the Big Bang Theory to have existed before the Big Bang. So it's like what happens right before the Big Bang happened. It's...
You know what? Maybe it's singularity as in like, we are 4 players of one mind.
Maybe.
We are one heartbeat kind of thing.
There is a world where they just thought the word sounded cool.
No. We don't. I mean, yes, and that's why a lot of these team names are dumb.
Yes.
But Singularity is not dumb. What are we... Okay, so bad guys, they have like these... Every time they make a counter pick, they're having like this summit here.
They're having an intense group discussion. They are leading a whole discussion class, but I do believe there is a set time limit they are supposed to adhere to.
There is. Let's poke this bear. Need a counter pick, please. Let's get this show on the road here.
Is the time limit still 1 minute? It used to be 1 minute. I remember that.
Well, I mean, like, yes and no. Like, you should have your pick within a minute, but like, are you going to call a TO and we're going to be like, yeah, we looked at the stopwatch. Your pick came in at 1 minute and 2 seconds. So we're not going to
remember I would always get so stressed about needing to make the counter pick quickly. I would get so stressed about it.
If there's a team like purposely or like intentionally stalling during the counter pick stage, like, then we would step in and be like, come on. So they are going back to splat zones, which they're allowed to do. And they're going with Hagglefish.
Makes sense.
I'm willing to bet they want to bring that mini back out. Because I'm pretty sure they've been using it consistently here.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense there. And also, their pencil thrives here, just in all honesty. They might want to keep the Dreadringer around. It's another map that Dreadringer is ridiculously good at capping. Just silly good at capping. It's also not Decav's strongest map, so it kind of plays against what bad guys really like. I say that it's good on every... Decav's good on every map. It seems like it can do less of its shenanigans here than some places.
I bet you they're going to go back to the Wiper. With the hammer from Torch would be my assumption. Why they wanted to pick this. Yeah, I would assume Wiper, Mini, Blaster. That's, you know what? Okay, so it's like...
That's why your name can't be Blaster.
It's like, okay, this word is in red letters, but the word is green. And it's like, say the word without saying the color. And then you say, like, the wrong thing.
Yeah.
Game 5. Winner gets to move on to grand finals. Loser gets to watch the rest of the stream. From the comfort of their own home, Splatzone's Hagglefish Market. We get an extended view of it because we just love how beautiful the map is. I 100% correctly predicted the comp from bad guys. Look at me. Put me in, coach. Actually, no. These guys would kick my butt. I'm rusty as all get out.
Me too. But we do see Dreadringers coming out from both sides hill. No decav. Heavy Edit obviously sticking around. No major changes, really. Love to see that early bubble coming out from the Mini, though admittedly, the Dreadringer does not care about your bubble.
I like Voidia resliding into the zone and instantly jumping right back out there. Doing just what they needed to do, put some paint down on the zone. Hey,
I mean,
things
that's
are
a good
happening.
double. They were also cooler, so they're already back up. They're pretty much already back in. That's what you want out of your hammer, I guess. That's a useful hammer. And there's a bubble out, and no Reef Slider ready to destroy it. There was a Booyah Bomb though.
Oh, what in the world? What happened right there? Was that a...
Hammer pierces is what happened right there.
Wow. Torch lighting them up, and that's going to get the lead to bad guys. What a play.
Really great play there. Really strong opening push we're seeing from bad guys right now. We do see a Reef Slider ready, so we'll probably see that, and, well, we see the zone flip for a quarter second momentarily. I imagine bad guys will manage to back up in time to not get wiped to it. People are usually pretty good about that. But the Reef Slider able to be being used very aggressively, and a bunch of players are going down, and it's just the pencil, really.
I like Voidia using the Reef Slider to get in front of the zone and staying there this time. Let's take some fights. There's 2 players. I'm going to eliminate both of them. Nicely done right there. That clears the space for the Splash and the Blaster to start pushing up for Singularity as they try to get control of lead right here. Although Pencil and Dreadringer is ready to go for the bad guys. Here comes Torch coming around the mid, but that going up against a Splatling, that is not what you want to see if you're a hammer player, but the Reef Slider does enough to keep the game going.
Really well-timed Reef Slider at that. That exactly kept their lead.
I just realized, the hammer's going up against a Splatling.
It's not the ideal situation.
That's twice we've seen the hammer get eliminated mid, too, because that Splatling's just cooking him.
I mean, Splatlings just eat hammers for breakfast. That's what they do. Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, that's unfortunate.
And both teams are underneath the score.
Yeah, they have to play it out.
And they are, so this is going to count. Oh, you got to be kidding me. That sucks. That really
Bad
sucks.
guys were putting up a great fight.
That's the lead for
doable.
Singularity.
Oh no, the hammer hit the wall. If the hammer had gone to mid where Torch was looking to throw it, it would have been wild. It could have been a double easily. We do see a Reef Slider ready. It's not technically over. It's still in theory winnable, but it's not winnable.
What?
But they're gonna fight it out. I'll give them credit.
Well, I mean, at this point, you're just kind of hanging around and hope one of their players DCs, and then you got like a minute where you can actually play here. But yeah, 3v4 situation. Don't hang up just yet. Don't deliver those channel points. This one's still going. If Torch pops off, and then they just re-slider to death.
Yeah.
I mean, who needs what player's gone? Is that the Mini?
It's the Mini. I mean, the Mini was doing a lot for them. I'm not gonna lie. That's a lot of their paint gone.
the Mini was kind of required.
A little bit, because Pencil paints a lot, but it doesn't paint zone that well. But we're seeing the hammer come out, able to find the Splatling, not going to be able to paint zone in time. Unfortunate for Singularity. They definitely... Not Singularity, bad guys. They were definitely still really in there. Fortunate for Singularity. Although I'm sure they would have rather won on their own merits rather than a DC win.
Yeah. But, there's this narrative about like, oh, well, play it out, gentlemen it, and stuff like that. When people complain about how long tournaments last, you can't also at the same time be of the mindset that you need the gentleman. Like, the rules are there to keep things moving along.
Absolutely.
And when you do like the honorable thing, you slow the tournament down for everybody.
Oh, but Torch had such good plays.
Yeah. But
it's the rules of the game. It's the rules of the tournament.
Showing up is half the battle.
It is.
And
sometimes your internet says no.
And I'm not blaming the player that DC'd, but there was pretty much every game that started
there was
like
a slow start screen,
extended little thing where it's just like teasing that something like this might happen. And
there was risk.
I'm not saying that they were the person that caused that issue, but it happened.
It's just and it's Splatoon. I mean, it's a constant issue with Splatoon where you are more prone to DCing than a lot of other games out there. It is just how it goes, sadly.
And that's credit to Singularity for keeping the set going long enough. Like,
absolutely.
If bad guys, are bad guys going to be frustrated by that? Yes. But if I'm looking at that set back, I'm sitting here thinking, why didn't we get the KO in Mako Mart?
And then we could have just been done and won.
Why couldn't we find a way to get the win at the Tower Control Art Academy? Exactly. Like, there's things you got to look at and be like, that's what we need to fix. But in the present moment, it's hard to look past anything about that.
It's a rough feeling. It is just kind of life. It is too bad that it happened after the 50-point mark. Because it was early enough otherwise. But also, part of the game is staying connected. It is a significant part of it. Admittedly, I pay more for internet than I should, considering that I don't play that actively anymore.
Well, we all need to take a moment to cry. And maybe if you're a player, take a moment to find your LAN adapter.
Yeah, make sure you're all connected.
We're going to take a bit of a break. And we're going to get set up for Grand Finals. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Low Inc. We are going to be getting into grand finals here. I'm Nox, joined by Popcun. Always exciting to be getting into grand finals. FUIT Gummy versus Singularity.
All right, now here's where we got to figure this out. And maybe I should have done this during the break, but I didn't care then. But now that we're live, I do.
That's how it
What the
goes.
hell is a FUIT Gummy?
It's a fruit gummy. It's a fruit gummy treat.
Let's see. I googled it, which is always the worst thing to do here.
Yeah.
I'm just getting a bunch
especially
of
now
memes.
with AI overviews. Yeah, it's mostly just a meme way of saying it's like it is just a meme phrasing pretty much. It's just in my understanding it originated from just like liking fruit gummies like Welch's and stuff. And then it just kind of came, and then there were like cats saying stuff with FUIT Gummy, and I'm guessing that's what happened.
So, like PJ, who will be turning 2 in a couple of months, would probably say
That's
FUIT Gummy instead of Fruit Gummy.
yeah, it's that same vibe. Yeah.
Okay.
He's
Now,
gonna
where does
turn
the
2?
ego? Where's the ego come from? What's this egotistical thing?
I'm not sure. That one's a mystery. That one feels like it might be a personal in-joke for them. Maybe that's an official team name that they've been keeping secret. Maybe they're working on switching names.
Maybe their therapist told them, like, just admit that you're egotistical. That's the best way to grow as a person.
Maybe they don't have enough confidence, and it's them trying to portray confidence to frighten the other teams.
FUIT GUMMY has lost the slow joiners yesterday 2-1. A couple of other teams took games off them as well. They lost 5 games yesterday.
Wow.
They ended up going 5-1. So far today, though, Colorful Whirlpool took a game off of them. Addressed Gators took a game off of them, and that's it. Everybody else has been sweeps, including the bad guys. But Singularity, I can think of only one other time where a team won low ink after losing round 1 of Winners Bracket. Lois back in January of 2022. One of my favorite low ink grand finals of all time. No, my favorite low ink grand finals of all time. Singularity, though.
I think I remember that one.
I've been hinting at this, but they've been playing a long time versus FUIT GUMMY, who's literally had an hour break to, I guess, eat gummy bears or something. I don't know.
Look, sometimes you need that fast hit of sugar. It keeps you going mid-tournament.
Yeah, what is this? Okay, there we go. Game 1. Splatoon's Mako Mart. There was a weird piece of granola in my mouth from the granola bar I ate during the break, and I was just getting rid of it. Anyways, okay, so what do we got here? We got Voyadia.
Classic.
Still moving around right here. We got a Stamper, we got an Octo Shot, we got a Stamper, and because you have to have the heavy edits for Nox, it is making an appearance yet again.
Well, and I think it's really interesting to see two playing into each other because teams can play so differently around a heavy edit, whereas Pencil can result in more similar team play on both sides. So I always find it very interesting, but we're seeing Singularity coming out the gate swinging. Oh my god.
They're doing really good right now. Mainly this blaster play. How'd you dodge the Stamper and still win the fight?
Power
on top
move,
of it?
I guess.
These players, I was hinting at the fact that they might hit a wall at some point and run out of energy.
I think they're just trying to prove you wrong.
They're not, well, they're doing really solid in this opening minute right here. Is there a way
Well,
for
if they just
FUIT GUMMY
KO
to get back in?
everything, if they just KO everything 100-0, they can't get that tired, maybe.
Yeah, speed run their way through. They'll have to do it 6
Speed
times,
run great
though,
finals.
coming through the loser's side. But they're doing really good right here, and that player gets eliminated as well. What is going on here? This might be it, though. This might be the comeback.
Here we go. Coming back in. FUIT GUMMY might have just needed a second to remember how to play. Sometimes after you have that hour break, your brain turns off. And you just need a little second to really snap back into it. And maybe they're a little more here now. Even if they drop this game, maybe it's like a little warm-up for them.
Yeah, Singularity doesn't need a warm-up.
They haven't stopped.
The past almost 3 hours now. Actually, almost 4 hours that it's been running right here. Still,
I hope
3
they can
minutes
take a
left
good
to go.
nap after.
Oh, look at this. Most of the penalty points already gone.
Yeah.
They have all their specials ready to go. There goes the Zuka shot that connects. They're really holding on to this Reef Slider because they want to make sure they can use it to capitalize and get the KO. This Killer Whale's not really going to do a whole heck of a lot.
No.
And in fact, the Gal gets eliminated as well. Singularity's kicking their butt right now.
Yeah.
Game 1 goes in their favor.
Yeah. 100-0 hold pretty much. There was a tiny bit of time where they didn't have the zone, I guess. I guess it wasn't really 100-0 hold. It felt like it, though. They were always in control of the map. It never felt like they were on the back foot. Seems like Singularity's really in it to win it right now.
If you want to be the team that wins from the loser's side, you basically have to win game 1 because, like you said, that is, regardless of what they've been doing during the break, that is the most sluggish they are going to be, in theory, over the course of the set. So game 1 is the one you have to absolutely steal.
Yes.
And then weather
and it
the
also
storm of
puts
the
you at
counter
counter
picks.
pick advantage.
Home court advantage, yeah.
Yeah.
Just win on your counter picks, and you win the set.
And
It's
you
that
know
simple.
what? Singularity did win on both of their counter picks last time.
That is technically a thing.
It makes a difference. I mean, one of them was technical. One of them was very much so a win, though.
Also, FUIT Gummy has not lost on their counter pick all day long. They've only made 2 counter picks. And I know they haven't lost on because they haven't lost 2 games in any set. So it is impossible to lose on a counter pick if
true.
you only make 1. So.
And we're going to be going to tower control ship shape.
Ship shape. Shout out to the person. We were saying hot dog or hamburger shape. Someone said it was ship shaped.
Well, I guess.
Listen here, funny man. Who's got the microphone? You or me, huh? Leave the jokes to me. I was pretty funny, though. I did chuckle.
It's pretty good. You're allowed to be funnier than the commentators, I guess. I guess that can be allowed.
No, don't make a habit of it. I mean, you can't.
Well, yeah.
For one, it's just not mathematically possible. Oh, what are we doing here?
We do get to make a lot more jokes than you that people get to hear much faster. That is the advantage of the mics.
So, we're getting back into the lobby.
Oh dear.
Just a little bit of a warm up here for everybody here as we're trying to see what kind of happens.
A little bit of extra aim time. A little bit of extra aim warm up time.
By the way, while we got this a little bit of a time, hype us up about MomoCon.
Yeah, so MomoCon is a anime game convention that also has wrestling at it in Atlanta, Georgia. This is going to be Splatoon. Oh yeah, there's the wrestling ring. It's wild. It's going to have Splatoon for the 2nd year in a row this year. It's a really, really fun event because to play in Splatoon, you literally just needed to register for MomoCon and then you could just enter without. I think there might have been a $10 fee at most. And along with that, you get access to the entire convention. You get access to the panels. You get access to like the Artist Alley. You get access to a lot of events. Like there's a lot of TTRPG events that if I wasn't commentating, I would be at a lot of them. It should be a really great time. And also you get to be in Atlanta, Georgia. It's like the only land we have in a major city. So there's no offense to Riptide, actually good food.
Well, they'll be dogging the Applebee's. That's like a 5-minute drive down the road. Come on now. And the breakfast place. The breakfast place at Riptide is good.
There's a Waffle House within a 5-minute walk, though. That's cheaper.
Of Atlanta. Oh, of the Atlanta.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but it's still Waffle House.
And there's a subway. Well, and there's a subway to get to the event. You don't have to pay for an Uber if you don't want to, or a bus.
Not a Subway sandwich. I thought you were. They got a Waffle House. They got a Subway. They got a Wendy's. They got a Burger King.
I'm really not a fast food person. I just like it when I can eat for less money at Lands.
Wait, did they play that game too? Oh, so they did actually play game 2.
Oh, interesting.
So yeah, it looked like we just kind of got kicked out of the lobby, and they ended up playing game 2. We got kicked out for
fun.
And according to the chat, they're saying it didn't last very long. They just like curb stomped it.
Interesting.
So it's 1-1s. Fruit Gummies off camera.
They knew their counter pick, I guess.
Ship-shaped tower control probably just Rainmakered them.
Huh. I mean, it is the Rainmaker tower control map. In all fairness.
So there you go.
I guess.
That's you didn't see it, and I think we're trying to get back into the lobby.
Hopefully they wait for us. But yeah, this happens occasionally. But yeah, MomoCon should be a really great time, and you'll be able to see a lot of the tournament I'm pretty sure most sets will likely get streamed here on IPL. It has a really great commentator lineup of Rissa, Siren, Osti, Shiny Hunter Zach, me, and I feel like I'm forgetting someone, which is illegal.
I know who it is, but I don't want to answer
I have it pulled up. Falco.
Just kind of sweat.
I pulled it up. I have access to so many tabs at all times. It's Falco.
It is Falco, yes.
I'm super excited about it. I'm super excited to get to hang out with all the Splatoon people. It's always such a treat. And yeah, I think it's a really fun tournament. And also you get to see so many cool cosplays, and there's like an arcade right next to where the venue was last year, so that might happen again.
Oh, and we're still having... Okay, so we're trying to get back into the room here.
We're having
that's where the delays come in. And by the way, it did look like, but they haven't made like a counter pick here, so I'm like,
maybe they stopped
Wait.
the game to be nice to us.
well, I don't know what they're doing. They're also talking about lying in chat, like the match chat. So I don't know if they're like, I don't know what's actually going on. I don't even know if they actually played game 2 or not.
It's
we're confirming. So like in the match chat, it said rehost. Okay, so they said like rehost. Let's rehost the room.
so something
And
went
then-
wrong.
And then like 2 minutes later, they were like, "You guys are crazy. You wiped us so fast. It's 1-1 right now, right?"
What are they doing?
I don't know what's going on.
They're
I
trying
think
to
2B
trick us, I think.
They can't trick us. It was a fake game too. Oh, you know what? I bet happened. I bet it was just like they like didn't actually play it. And
Yeah.
instead of just closing the game, they just got the these little snots. We're sitting here like jackasses. Oh wow, that's tied at 1-1 apiece. Well, no, it's not. We didn't even play the game. Which is
Splatoon
fine.
players.
Now we get to see it.
Yeah, I would prefer we get to see it, especially
have-
in grand finals.
Oh,
But now we're gonna actually see the game, probably.
maybe.
Well, we're at least in it.
All right, so
no
now
comp
game 2
changes.
for real this
Yeah.
time. Singularity still up 1-0 as no comp change coming out from the side of FUIT GUMMY.
Or
Yeah.
or Singularity. Both teams sticking with what. Oh no, they had a dredge, didn't they?
Yeah, Voidia, though, going back
Yes.
to what they were using before.
Oh.
The swing and a miss, and then the Stamper gets the better of them before the Slamper gets eliminated as well.
Yeah.
Just the traditional who can get on the enemy's little perch area right here first, and it seems like nobody's able to accomplish that yet.
Yeah, I find this map very interesting. It feels like you have so little cover on it. Which matters less here since they don't have a pencil. Since neither team does. But it feels like everyone can see you all the time. And that's so scary.
The key to this is just going to be who can get their Splatling on the enemy side of this first checkpoint, essentially. Now, the Splatling's going to have to ride it out. But as long as you control that space, it funnels everything else down here to where your blaster and your splash can just start lighting people up. That's a shot, not a splash. And that is a zip caster that is causing all kinds
It
of
did a
havoc.
good job causing chaos. It didn't find any picks itself, but it allowed for teammates to, which is still really great. We are seeing A42 really rushing people down with that Stamper, able to find a couple, and it seems like we're going to see FUIT GUMMY stabilizing a bit here.
A42 is my favorite steak sauce, by the way.
I mean, 42 is my favorite number.
Well, there you go. There's
Well,
all
it's one of my
kinds
favorite numbers.
Is A your favorite letter?
No.
Okay, so it doesn't have the whole package
No.
right there.
No, but it is part of my full handle for a reason. Got very attached to Hitchhiker's Guide at one point.
FUIT GUMMY decided that they wanted to put some points up on the board for the first time in this set, and here they go with the first checkpoint. The Booyah Bomb's going to slow them down slightly. And just the tiniest of slivers on the wall allows A42 underscore, mind you, to find a way to get back on the attack. Are we going to clear this checkpoint? We are.
It does.
No?
Well,
What?
Nope.
What? Oh, zip casted off of it before they cleared the checkpoint. That's going to cost
Well,
them.
I think they thought their heavy edit was going to land a little faster because it does seem like they were already super jumping in. But also, I'm going to point out, the 52 gal or shot could have gotten on the tower for a few seconds. They weren't in front of it. They were, if anything, a little behind it. So they probably could have been pushed up a little further. But we are seeing another push here from Singularity, as there's... I am surprised A42 lived that, in all honesty. That Booyah Bomb looked scary.
Bingo. They're still alive. They don't have another zip caster ready to go, but they're on the defensive side of things right now. Who's right in the tower if all these players still stuck in mid? Looks like this push is over. The zip caster is trying to draw attention. Oh, nice little sweat right there, trying to draw attention from the Inkzuka.
And they
But
managed to
again,
take out Voidia.
Can FUIT GUMMY start finding the ways to get set up on that left side of the map where this edit just basically has to hold it down right here for Singularity for the next minute 45 seconds if they just fine.
Interesting. Tri-Strikes went a little more in mid than I would have expected. I would have fully expected all of them to go on left side to start setting up to clear that checkpoint. They do manage to find a 3-down situation, just the heavy edit. Hunter looking to try and move in, able to at least get them to jump out. Could be a good push here.
It could be, and it would be an even better push if they didn't have to stop and wait right here and use ink strikes. But now they finally do clear this checkpoint. But is this going to come back to haunt them right now as they're trying to push up that blanket lead right here because they're starting to really do a good job pushing up. There's your edit, taking care of the backliner from that position. Really helps out you on the offensive side of things, but they still need a few more points. That's the tie. That's the lead going in the favor of FUIT GUMMY.
Really great job there from the Stamper of just getting on the tower and going, I just need to dance. I just need to dance on the tower for a couple seconds, and then we'll get the lead. And then everything's okay for a minute. And with just a minute left, that's a pretty good philosophy.
All I gotta do, I just gotta dance. I just need to dance. That's all I gotta do, and my team will win. Nice dancing. The problem is, Singularity doesn't have to do too much dancing of their own if they want to get the lead right back. 30 seconds left to go here. 2 players down from the side of FUIT GUMMY. Hunter trying to build up some ink strikes, so slow down in some kind of push. Instead, just says, I'm going to send this blaster and the decaf back to spawn, get an assist as well. The old 2-piece combo from Hunter. Nicely done.
Absolutely. And then the Stamper going in, causing chaos, keeping Singularity even further from the tower. Trip Strike's coming out a bit earlier than I would have expected, but the heavy edits on the tower, they're going to have a cooler. The bubble coming out could be an issue. There's a world where there's a reverse push that happens here. It doesn't, though.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the plan was with that bubbler. You definitely want to save it for overtime, even if you get there, but, I mean, it could just been a panic special. We got to do something. Game 2 going to FUIT GUMMY. Unlike the liars that both teams are in their match chat, little snots, it ended up being that anyways, although it wasn't a fast KO. It was an overtime push.
But it did work out for them. They did win on their counter pick, and so now we'll see what Singularity does for theirs.
Can't go back to splat zones. You can't go back to make a mark, period.
Yeah.
For Singularity.
Oh, yay. I don't have to see it again.
Better luck with their counter picks going on to this point. I wonder, with how silly they're being in chat, if they're just kind of like getting a little like loopy because they've been playing nonstop.
I mean, if I had played for this long, I would be absolutely out of it.
One of their players is talking about, I was playing Valorant. Actually, no, that's a FUIT GUMMY player.
Oh, they did have time.
Welcome in, Dapple Productions. What were y'all doing today? What was Dapple's doing today?
What was that? Yeah, I don't. What day? It's Sunday. They don't usually do the Sunday thing.
Yeah. Hey.
What were you guys doing?
That's some shady stuff going on over there at Dapple Productions, streaming on a Sunday. There must have been like a. Okay.
The CCA versus NSC. That makes so much sense. K-Bot was on mic for that. Rare K-Bot spotting.
The North America college scene versus the European college scene.
Oh, Rainmaker Humpback!
Hey, Rainmaker. Why are you excited to see this?
I love this map.
Why?
It's a good circle shape. I just think it's funny. It just amuses
a hamburger
me.
Shape.
It's a hamburger shape, and also, but it's like a really good hamburger shape. It's so round. I wish I had a sensical reason. I think I just learned to roll splat bombs on it with Junior back when I still played it, and I got like a couple triples, and it stuck in my brain forever as a big dopamine hit, and I just fell in love with the map. I think we should use Humpback for more things, and nobody will ever agree with me on that, and that's why I'm not a TO.
Well, that's fine. Nobody agrees with any maps we use ever, so...
Well, no, only I complain about Mako and Inkblot.
Well, because you've probably seen it a gazillion times.
Yeah, that is my issue.
Humpback Clams isn't bad, and you could get away with it at map pools in Splatoon 2. I think there's just better Clam Blitz options, but it's not the worst one.
I miss when we would do zones on it, sheerly for the chaos it would cause.
You could remember FT ran double PG Aerospray with the Brio Bomb?
Yes, that's like, what I missed.
Like full cringe with that.
As you should.
Oh boy, Rainmaker.
I think it's very funny.
Rainmaker Humpback.
But I do think it shows a good job of. I think it's a very good demonstration of skills map for Rainmaker specifically. It shows how well you know how to control areas. It shows how well you know how to control chokes very specifically, along with how to deal with a very awkward mid. I think it forces teams to play in a very unique way, as we're seeing with the Luna coming out. Not the most wild change I've seen for it, but...
So that's the S-Blast that they're getting rid of, so no more Booyah Bomb on this map that has been infamous for Booyah Bombs and other modes. Instead, they're going to use the Hammer and I believe Fizzy Bomb coming out from that Luna Blaster. It's been a popular pick among teams in the top 4 here of Low Ink. Opening pop going to the orange team, and here comes the old Voidia. Not using the decap here, instead going to use the arching weapon of the Dread Ringer on Humpback Pump Track. Things looking pretty good for FUIT Gummy if they want to grab that Rainmaker and see what they can do with it.
Absolutely. Rainmaker getting picked up, but the Zuka gonna slow them down. Interestingly, taking it over to that right side, not really a place you want to risk leaving it. I would try and get out of there pretty quickly, personally. Hammer getting taken out by the Rainmaker. Really great Rainmaker shot there. As we are seeing A42 try to clear a path for Lion.
Yeah, the reason you don't want to die right there is you don't want to give the other team the idea that they can push to the left. Like, everybody forgets about that checkpoint until somebody just splats themselves with the Rainmaker. But instead, able to move forward here, and now working in conjunction with the Zipcaster, who isn't going to get any splats, but will draw attention away. They'll allow them to get to that first checkpoint. So nicely done with the patience there. They're not going to get anything on top of it, but they at least get it out of the way for future push.
Absolutely, and I think that's really important. Humpback is a map so controlled by that little elbow area. I would still worry about them getting through it because of the Luna's Fizzy Bombs, pretty specifically. Bombs are especially strong on this map because of that elbow choke. I've thought about Humpback a normal amount, clearly. But we are seeing them do a great job of managing to hold it down for now.
For now. 2 minutes into the game. One checkpoint cleared in the favor of FUIT Gummy. Singularity struggling to get anything kind of established here as Omega doing a good job of getting several splats and at least keeping control of mid. And yeah, I don't really like where that edit is right now.
No, it's not where you want him to be. I mean, they might find the pick off the price strikes there. They do.
Oh, what?
But it's still going to allow extra points to get on the board here, or at least for them to start working on getting through that elbow with continuous jumps in. What? Oh, Zuka. That makes sense. Plank coming out there from the Luna. Yeah.
On the edit in that earlier play, getting one pick. I was like, there's no way they're going to accomplish anything. Blaster doing Blaster things. By the way, the Rainmaker's almost running away. At least forces them to use the Reef Slider. But if you're Singularity, now's the time. Go, go, go.
You have to go quick.
And they're wasting time dancing around with that edit in that awkward spot. And now they're not going to have anybody in front to create a path for the Rainmaker. That's going to force Cyndia here to slow down a little bit, allow their teammates to get set up, and now finally they're in the position.
It's a little too late. The shot able to move up in time to play cleanup, and we're seeing a 2v2 situation. But right now, every time there's like similar to team numbers or a pretty neutral situation, that's actually very in FUIT Gummy's advantage. They actively are benefiting with the kind of numbers advantage they have, and technically the lead. They have the checkpoint clear. I'll give them that they have the lead, but it's a weak lead on Humpback.
So far, Singularity's been having a lot of issues getting this first checkpoint right here. Nicely done by Omega to shut down the push and save it. Oh, look,
there we go.
Voidia doing a good job of clearing this path out right now. And keep in mind, once they clear this checkpoint, or I guess let's say if they clear this checkpoint, because what are they doing to get man?
It feels like they're hesitating with the Rainmaker. It feels like they're afraid to really move it forward, which is interesting to me because they have, through other games, been a team that pushes so explosively and quickly. We do see the Reef Slider come out, managing to find a bit, just the heavy edit left up.
Oh, there you go.
They managed to get the wipe out, and this should be lead, easily, in all honesty.
Yeah, so I was going to say, the advantage of popping the Rainmaker right here on the pedestal is that all you got to do is touch and get the lead. And with the curling bomb as well, they get more than just the lead. They get a very winnable score.
Yeah.
Oh, they get wiped out on top of it, though. 30 seconds left to go. FUIT Gummy's now going to be able to get in a situation with Sona in them to try to get an extended push going here. They got a long way to go around that turn.
Yeah, I would almost want the Rainmaker to have moved to move forward a little faster there, just to be able to shoot over that wall a little bit sooner. We see the Spider-Man coming out. That's not what it's called.
Oh, the reslider comes out, the GG reslider. Are they going to get it?
Oh,
no, just frames away.
Oh.
In the awkward moment where you see the player holding the pedestal, looking at the referee, and be like, really? You're going to say I didn't have control of this? You're gonna say I don't get overtime because of this? Just frames away.
It's how
Singularity steals one.
Singularity definitely. I mean, that seems to be how they like to win their games. They like to make it stressful for themselves, from what we've seen pretty often. They're really good at those last-minute pushes. They're really good at those overtime pushes. They make, like we were saying, they make those explosive plays at the last possible moment. But Splatoon is all about your best play, not your consistency.
And keep in mind, Singularity has not had a break yet. When you play losers bracket, you don't get a break. When you make it farther into winners and then you get knocked down, you get a little bit of a break while the losers bracket catches up to where you are.
Mm-hmm.
They've been playing nonstop. They've been playing so long that Ink Fair's low battery signal just went off. Oh no! Everyone didn't see that, but we did. Oh, we're gonna get through this tournament somehow.
We'll make it through.
We're gonna do it.
That's the low ink mentality. We will get through this.
Oh man!
And the thing to remember here is, even if Singularity manages to take this set, there's another after if they do.
And that's not gonna work in their favor, even though they have no choice but to go through that. I mean, we keep saying that, but then they keep having like these jolt of life pushes.
That is how they seem to do things.
That just kind of like revitalizes them. And
at some point, they'll get tired on defense. And if you slip on defense, you lose the game.
Yes. And we're not talking about this like they're like running a marathon, like they're, like doing jumping jacks and stuff like that. But
mentally, it might as well be.
The longer you're playing a video game and your mind is just stuck on something nonstop for 4 hours, like your ability to make the right kind of play diminishes. Your brain isn't designed to like keep up with that alertness for that long of a time. I'm not sitting here saying like, man, they're going to be exhausted, like they can't, like they just went to the gym or something like that. Mentally, their exhaustion is going to run out at some point.
They're going to feel like they just wrote multiple timed essays for a college course. They're going to feel like they just had a history class where they had to write timed essays based purely off of their memory without notes.
And by the way, this is the team that made that heck of a play at Clan Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime like a long time ago. Like, yeah, like they wrote that wasn't like ago. That was just the beginning of their run here. It still hasn't come to an end. Game 3, if you add 1 to it, will give you the game we're currently on right now, which is Game 4, and Decaf is coming back out.
Yeah, Decaf has been very good for Voidia, especially in Clan Blitz. Did fully save a Clan Blitz game for them earlier today. So, just as a standard thing for Clan Blitz, we will okay, well, Voidia, you can prove us wrong if you want. That's fine. But typically in Clan Blitz, we see slower starts, but it seems like FUIT GUMMY wants to prove me wrong on that.
All Singularity really needs is a good 10 seconds.
Yeah, that's Clan Blitz. That's right.
All they have to do is stay alive long enough, keep the set going long enough for one great 10-second run, and then they win the game off of that. Wisely not going to try to force something right there. I think that's well defended.
Yeah.
By FUIT GUMMY, as some more players are starting to spawn back in now, even though they're not going to have Hunter on the Octo Shot for a bit of time.
Yeah.
And now you got a lot of clamps. You got Zuka ready to go. You got your Bubbler ready to go, but 2 players instantly going down, and the Zipcaster stuck out of the open. This is going to be a great push for Singularity.
It absolutely is. They are going to get a lot of points on the board, or they should. It seems like the Blasters remembered that they in fact have clams they should put in the basket. Easy to forget. 59 is a really solid opening push. I always like to see 60 or below. It just is what seems comfy, and it's what I, at one point, very early on in Clan Blitz existing, heard a commentator say, and I stuck to it ever since.
Below 60 is a little too chilly for me. I'm more in the mid-70s kind of range myself. But as far as pushes go, below 60, 59 is pretty good. This doesn't have
That's
the
not
makings of
what you
being a
wanna
good
see.
push. This has the makings of a bad push. You pop the basket, you get nothing out of it except for a free mercy claim for Singularity, and you lose some players in the process.
Not what you want to do there.
Didn't have their ducks in the row, and that might come back to haunt them right now. Look how much control of mid Singularity already has now.
Yeah, Singularity has definitely taken full control of the map. Omega looking to move forward with these tri-strikes, able to find two. Whale gonna be coming out here, gonna force the blaster into an awkward position. I'd imagine Omega's gonna want to throw a wall over there, but not gonna be able to. Maybe just choosing to help back and get the blaster. But at the risk of overextending.
What is the game plan going to be here for FUIT Gummy? Like, how are they going to break through all these? It's their
Tri-strikes,
counter pick,
probably?
correct? It is their
Yeah.
counter pick.
It's a weird counter pick for them, to me, in all honesty. I don't feel like it suits their comp super well, personally. I don't feel like it suits either of these comps ridiculously well.
Well, they're
But-
trying to use the zip caster. And I
Yeah.
didn't see what got, but a couple players did go down from Singularity. I don't know if the zip caster played a role in conjunction with the ink strikes
I just
to
think
try to, like, combo.
Yeah, I just think Zipcaster gets too disconnected on this map because of how big it is. I feel like it does better on slightly smaller maps, especially when there's not a true anchor you're looking to take out. And it especially plays very midliney. It's still an anchor, but it definitely plays like a midline. You're way more in the action. And it just feels to me like often when they're using the Zipcaster, they're not able to really utilize everything about it. Though A42, I would love for you to prove me wrong.
There's a little preview of the wrestling you're going to see at MomoCon right there.
Yeah.
A42 charging that player and busting the doors open slightly. Oh, how'd you get that splat? Very
This is a
nicely
treat.
done. Oh, but that bubbler's going to slow them down,
Yeah.
though.
Really great bubbler use there from Voidia. Booyah Bomb coming out, forcing FUIT Gummy back into mid. They still have most of mid under their control. Blaster looking to try and make something happen, but not able to. Just a lot of neutral right now, but we really just need to see one good push out of FUIT Gummy and they could take this game. They could do what
Final.
Singularity has done to everyone else.
Final minute here. And that might, honestly, Singularity, I don't think is going to work pretty well if they stay turtled up here and they try to
No.
just play defense for a minute. They have to be the aggressive team with everybody going down and line jump down. It's basically a delayed wipe. Now, you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to just pop the basket for nothing. If you're going to go in, you need to get value out of it. But this is a great opportunity for Singularity to at least gather up clams,
Yeah.
control the clam economy, as they say, or at least control
the
a mid here with about 30 seconds left to go. But yeah, look, okay, so you just got to pop the basket if you're FUIT Gummy, and then throw in one more
power
power
clam?
clam, and that's
Yeah.
instantly lead.
Yeah. It's definitely a situation they could make happen. They do have a pity clam that they have ready. They are going to potentially be able to cross here, but that's such a risky cross. But a Hunter might manage to pull it off, getting two in the process. Zipcaster there, Lion trying to move forward. Has the cooler ready, gonna be waiting for teammates to jump in, I guess, but not in a safe spot. There's not enough time on the timer. This is gonna go to Singularity, I'm gonna call it.
In a low ink like this, it would make sense that we would be going to a bracket reset.
Yeah.
I don't even know where their clam is that's keeping this in overtime. It must be the
Mid.
mercy they have back at spawn.
Yeah.
That's it. That is it. Singularity
Wow.
3-1 over FUIT Gummy, the Egoists, and we are going to a bracket reset. One more best of 5 to decide it all.
Wow, interesting. FUIT Gummy did not know their counterpick there, I don't think. I think they chose a counterpick that kind of bit them.
They're having a lot of issues getting synergized right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing Hunter make some plays. You're seeing A42
But
make
they're
some
not at
plays.
the same time.
Exactly. Like A42's getting a couple of splats here and there, and then there's a bubbler right on top of the ramp, and the entire push is completely shut down. Here's Hunter coming along the left side, getting some splats with just their straight up weapon, but it's not enough to get things going into their favor
Yeah.
as well.
I
And
mean-
on top of that, let's credit to Singularity.
Singularity. They could change their name to Synergy. They've been playing like it.
That's credit to Singularity for pushing the narrative onto them, being the more aggressive team, like forcing the hand of FUIT Gummy, who isn't really responding that well.
Yeah, and I almost wonder if... I know whenever I used to play in a double elim, if I was ever on the winner's side and had to wait a really long time, I was never able to mentally get back to where I was. I would always not rather go to losers, but I kind of needed that momentum, and I'm wondering if that's what's happening here.
So welcome in everybody from the Pro Char raid, from the Dapple production raid. If you're just joining us, this is the final set of Low Ink. We're in a bracket reset. Singularity lost in winners round 1 about 4 hours ago, and are now
Hasn't stopped
continuing
playing since.
to ride this tournament out. They have been playing non-stop, almost no breaks, versus FUIT GUMMY, who has only dropped 2 games leading into the grand finals right here, but they just lost 3-1 to Singularity, who is running on fumes. We've been saying at some point they're going to run out of gas. They got at least 3 more wins. They need to find a way to close this one out, and they'll have one of the greatest low ink runs of all time.
Yeah. I mean, second team to ever do this, like you said earlier, right?
Lowest in January of 2022 was the last time it came to my mind that a team pulled off the with low ink alpha bracket, doing everything in losers bracket.
Which, not an easy thing to do. Most people cannot play for this long and continue to play well. And to me, if they do manage to pull this off, is a sign they'll probably do well in mid-level if they continue playing, is a sign to me that they could maybe start pushing pretty quickly even, because it means their mental's kind of ridiculous, in all honesty.
Also, just for the record, Singularity finished 4th place in Division 6. Just wrapped up this past weekend. The Devs have been out for 2 months. They're not irrelevant anymore. Yeah, I know. But you guys don't.
Yeah, that's true.
Div estimates in your bios.
Divs sure don't mean anything by the time playoffs come around, even.
Flat Zones, you mammy. Game 1 here, as we see no surprises coming out from the side of FUIT GUMMY, and the Dread Ringer coming out from the side of Singularity, the player who's been making incredible plays with the decap.
Yeah.
Now going to be using the reslider on a double zone map.
I do love to see a double zone map. I wish we had more of them in the game. I think they create really unique playstyles and opportunities. I think they are also a great learning tool for teams to understand the concept of keeping a zone neutral just to keep it neutral. But right now we are going to see which team manages to find this opening push. Seems like it could be Singularity coming out the gate here.
Comes a reslider choo-choo, driving right through the heart of FUIT GUMMY as the lead continues to grow here for Singularity, trying to ride the momentum and this adrenaline rush they've been on for hours now. What a great opening. This reminds me of game 1 of the last set, Knox.
Yeah, it really does. It feels like FUIT GUMMY just doesn't quite know how to deal with this much aggression. It feels like whenever Singularity slows down for a second, they find a gap to work with. But Singularity doesn't have to slow down if they don't want to. That's a good pick, though.
A42 staring down the beast of the Zuka and living to tell the tale, but they still can't cap the zone with that. This is what we've been talking about.
Yeah.
They can make plays here and there, but they don't lead to anything on the scoreboard. And they're going to... Are you serious? A delayed wipeout yet again? Are they going to get KO'd right here?
They definitely could. A42 looking to try to keep that from happening, dancing around mid, being a distraction, keeping Singularity from moving up. But it's not going to be enough. The blaster's already there. They didn't find enough picks with that. There are tri-strikes coming out. It'll neutralize the zone. They don't have anything to do about capping. Oh, I lied. They capped. That's good. We will see this continue on. They have time now to turn it around. That's a lot of penalty points for Singularity. Omega finding a great pick there, and maybe they'll find a little synergy to work with here.
I think if FUIT GUMMY finds a way to come back and win this game in particular, I think they win the whole tournament.
I agree.
I feel like that would be the knockout punch, and it'll finally catch up to Singularity how long they've been going through this tournament right here. But still, the question is, can they even get to that point right now?
Maybe.
Because they're having a lot of difficulty staying alive. They're getting a good splat on a player who had soda in them right there. Lions being forced to chase back. I don't really like the position that the edit is getting themselves into to create an extended lockout. But Synergy is not, or Singularity, not having a lot of synergy right now. The players kind of discombobulate from each other.
And I mean, it's easy to do that, especially on this map. There's so many places you want to move to. There's so much space you want to control. We are seeing the heavy edit doing a pretty good job of providing this. Oh, always so funny. A42 still moving forward here, finding another pick, finding another A42, really showing what they're made of. Just the Dreadringer. Voidia having to jump out. Not a lot of picks left on the timer. Hunter in a great spot to get that trade. A trade's a huge win for them here. A42 doing a smart job backing up. They just need to paint.
And this is going to be a real gut check for Singularity right now. You let a game like that slip away, and you give a team that you had dead to right, FUIT GUMMY, that would have been the third straight win against them. And that would have been a statement win in game one. FUIT GUMMY would have had to go back to game two with so many questions and no answers. But now they got everything lining up at the right time. They got A42 starting to really heat up right there. I mean, they were that Zipcaster was like the first scene where Spider-Man's trying to figure out how to use his powers. But then was just like, well, let me just slice them wide open right here. And that ended up working out really well.
You know,
GUMMY gained confidence at the end of that. That's a problem for Singularity.
If Spider-Man had a sword, he would be much scarier.
You think he'd make like a web sword or something?
Look, he's moving so fast, the sword would just be too effective.
You know, there's somebody on DeviantArt who's had that same, what if Spider-Man with a sword?
And that's their OC now.
It's mind blown. Why didn't we think of that earlier? Let's give Batman a gun too while we're at it. That would have worked.
Well, that just doesn't make any Here's the thing probably people don't know about me. I used to be a big comics person. I have a little comics collection. I used to cosplay comics characters, specifically DC. So Batman with a gun I have strong opinions on.
As MomoCon is around the corner as
Very
well.
Very excited about it.
I think we're having a little bit too much fun.
Well, you know.
By the way, Singularity said, hey, remember when we curb stomped you here in the last set?
We'll do it again.
Counterpick this. Let's see how this works out for them. Must-win situation, essentially, for Singularity.
Yeah. I mean, especially for their mental at this point. Like, I'm sure they're still doing pretty good. They've had a crazy losers run. But losing that game probably didn't feel good after the lead they had managed to get.
In my 34 years of living on this planet, I have found that losing actually really sucks in all scenarios of life.
That's been my understanding.
It's not fun feeling. No. And I would like to get another win right here to get things going. The problem is FUIT GUMMY might have found their footing. They might have found their footing in that last game, and that might just translate to a steamroll right here if Singularity lets this one get away.
Yeah, some of them might have taken a little too long of a nap during the break or something, not left themselves enough time to warm up. Maybe they're just more awake now. We see those tri-strikes coming out, maybe at a little bit of an odd time, especially with the, Reef Slider doing what Reef Slider does.
And yeah, that, it was just a question of could those ink strikes find a way to pick off a player or maybe two, or at least eliminate a special before it comes back in there, because Singularity does have a lot of really good specials they can use onto the zone that, well, quite frankly, FUIT GUMMY doesn't.
Yeah, FUIT GUMMY has pretty weak specials, in all honesty. Like, their comp is really strong in its actual weapons, but in terms of, like, subs and specials, it's not the strongest comp. On the other hand, that doesn't matter if you just hit them. Have you considered just hitting them, I guess?
Hunter's been really good with just the main weapon.
Yeah.
When we see them get into fights, they seem to be consistently, especially as the set's getting longer, they're getting better and better along with the Stamper. Omega's been making some great plays as well.
And their Splatling's been doing a great job of keeping paint and getting them jumps in.
Put that Booyah Bomb right there. There's no reason to just throw that right there. But the Reslider comes in and it's, oh wow, barely able to do that. Yeah, if they don't cap that by themselves, and all those penalty points are gone, that's going to be close to a KO right there. But Singularity staying in at least a little bit longer penalty points now.
A42 doing some Zipcaster shenanigans yet again. Does go down in the process, but got a pick while doing it. Any trade is a win right now for FUIT GUMMY with how they are. They do go 3 down. It seems like they might be able to come back in really quick, though, as they have been proving to do much better at already this set.
Splat on Omega. The penalty point's almost gone now for Singularity, and thus the edit in a pretty decent spot on the right stack as well. So the Blaster's starting to ledge camp right now. Singularity starting to work together, capturing the space they need to, getting the splats they need to. Is it going to be enough to get the lead right now? As everybody starts collapsing onto the zone, they do get the
not
lead.
Not the 52 gal flank. If that
and they're going to get
gal,
more on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a solid lead. This is a really good push from Singularity. They're definitely hoping to keep holding this. Generally going to have to back off there, not going to be able to. Cinda on that heavy edit, looking to keep the zone as A42 tries to push him out. There's not enough time left on the clock for FUIT GUMMY to make any mistakes, and that's going to be game 2 going to Singularity.
Wow, and that's a win that FUIT GUMMY has no excuse to let that slip away. I mean, you're seeing wild momentum swings from both teams, getting these huge leads and letting them slip away. And then just when we think, okay, FUIT GUMMY has themselves established here because they're doing great at the beginning of this game, we see them start to fall apart, and all of a sudden Singularity finding ways to synergize yet again, finding the way to get all their pieces into the correct spot to create a lockout situation, even though they lost control of the gal, but it still wasn't enough to for FUIT GUMMY to get back into this one. Both teams, man, it seems like nobody wants to land that knockout punch.
No, they're really keeping us in this, which, you know, I'm never one to complain about that in a grand finals. I always like to see a grand finals be as back and forth as possible. But yeah, it doesn't seem like either team is playing in a consistent manner, is probably the best way for me to phrase it. They're playing well, but it sure isn't consistent.
I mean, how can you at this point? I mean, this is going on. Like, But, okay, so Splat Zone's off the table. Both teams have won on Splat Zones. It's their most recent win. Whose counter pick is it? FUIT GUMMY's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they better not go back to Museum Clams. That's my stance. They better not go back there.
Looks like they're going Tower Control Hagglefish.
Fine. That's, I mean, I think for any map we see from them, I'm just going to be like, their specials are kind of weak for it. But that's just what they're running. Like, 52 gal in and of itself isn't a bad pick. But I don't know, running 2 shooters? Kind of weird in this day and age. Not bad, just very different.
Game 3 of this best of 5 set. A very important game 3 for both of these teams. Tower Control at Hagglefish Market. I don't think we should be expecting any surprises coming out from the picks of both teams. Oh, by the way, shout out to Lion, who 5-starred both Nautiluses, but is opting to use the edit, probably because somebody has to use Soto on their team.
Yeah,
nothing really jumps out here. The decav is back out for Voidia, and we're rolling.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're expecting to see any major comp changes at this point. Both of these teams have kind of played the same things overall. We are seeing a very early cooler coming out here from FUIT GUMMY. A42 probably going to try and move with it, but their heavy edit went down already, and I'm going to guess that Singularity is going to use that to push.
Now we're starting to move for Singularity, but are they going to get anything of value out of this? Looks like they're in a pretty good position defensively. And yeah, that Zipcaster is not going to accomplish anything. That was really their only choice to save this checkpoint. So I get it, but now they're in a pretty decent position to get across the second one as well.
Yeah. Sometimes it's better to just wait and let that first checkpoint fall and not risk going down. Voidia is doing Voidia things again, I believe. It seems they have slowed down the checkpoint. They've managed to stall it. That's good. Voidia trying to get the heavy edit, not quite finding the pick, but a push to 35 is really strong here.
Good news for FUIT GUMMY, though, is that the team who gets the opening lead has been KO'd so far in this bracket reset. So if anything, this is a tactical lead they have surrendered to Singularity. And now we start to see a lot of yellow being put down on this map. Their Bazooka's ready to go. They're not going to have a Booyah. The Blaster's gone. And actually, Bazooka gets eliminated before it can start firing as well. Omega! Now!
Okay, Omega!
Now if Omega, Hunter, and 842 start popping off like
okay,
this,
Lion.
that might be it. Lion cleaning up the last player right now. Singularity struggling to keep up with GUMMY, who's just beating them with their main weapons.
Yeah, GUMMY needs to keep on this tower. Hard to do with the blaster there, but the tri-strikes will keep the blaster at bay. A42 also helping with that. That's a lead switch. Push of 29, nothing to sneeze at, but they're still trying to go. 52 Gal making a smart choice of dropping there. Gonna get picked off in the process. Hunter just trying to survive while stalling. Doing a great job of surviving, I'll give him that.
The Indy 500 will take place next weekend, but both teams are off to hot starts in this one. This is a speed race that we're seeing coming out here in this game. Both teams rushed. We're not even at the halfway mark of this game. Both teams have rushed the huge scores right now, but FUIT GUMMY with a much bigger, more massive lead because they cleared that second checkpoint, which is difficult to do. The question is, what is Singularity trying to do in response?
Seems like Singularity is going to keep an eye out for that Zipcaster that's caused him so much trouble and get some paint down in mid to try and get another push going. Cinda actually leading the charge, not something we often see, but nice to see. Splatlings definitely can do that under certain circumstances. And we're seeing kind of just chaos in mid right now. Neither team seems to know exactly what they want.
And that's just going to work out into FUIT GUMMY's favor.
Yeah.
I mean, they're more than fine to kind of stall things out. I mean, at some point, you kind of just got to find an opportunity to just breathe. I mean, I'm getting exhausted just watching this thing, but having little moments where time is going off the clock, nothing dangerous is starting to happen, although Singularity is starting to get a little bit of momentum and a little bit of groove going right here. Booyah Bomb inside of the bubble, trying to clear out that right side.
Just the edit.
The tower, but 1v4, that's not going to last very long.
No, and that checkpoint is especially hard to break through. The scores look closer than the game actually is right now.
All you got to do is hold on to some ink strikes, too.
Yeah.
Good to Octashot your Hunter. I know Hunter likes to go in and take those fights, and has been doing a good job winning those fights, but you got to start thinking, what is our closeout right here? What are we going to do to make sure we end this game with this lead? It's going to come down to those ink strikes.
It absolutely is. That is their only thing that is close to a GG special. Whale, I guess you can pretend can do something, but Whale is not going to do something for you. And also your 52 Gal is going to run at someone before they remember to build Whale. Let's be real. I appreciate a 52 Gal player. They are a little bit more likely to go for the pick than their special usually. I like FUIT GUMMY's choice of pushing here as long as they back off in time, which they seem to be doing. If they had gotten KO'd there, would have been bad.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, you're right. They were making the right play, putting the tower on the enemy side of the map, backing up, but inexplicably, two of their players make that three.
Yeah,
just got set back, and all of a sudden, they're flirting with disaster.
They do have the tri-strikes. Oh, no, they don't.
They don't, and they don't have soda in them, so they're not going to be, but they'll have plenty of time to build them up. They're going to be stuck at that checkpoint. Spider-Man's really having difficulties connecting right there. Does body one of the players, and that leaves the edit alone on the tower.
Omega managing to find the blaster. FUIT GUMMY gonna win on their counter pick. That's what you want to see.
Both teams in the first half putting up huge scores, and in the second half just bleeding time off the clock. Expertly done by FUIT GUMMY, who seems to have found a way to calm down and take control of things. And yet again, a team gets a huge lead in the beginning of the set and still loses. Yeah.
And I want to point out again that score looks much closer than that really was. That checkpoint is a beast to get through. It is one of the longer checkpoints, along with being in a spot where you can get fired on from every possible angle right in spawn, pretty much. So the fact that FUIT GUMMY cleared that really made a huge difference there.
Regardless of what happens here, this is the final counter pick from Singularity in this tournament. And obviously is a must-win, or else FUIT GUMMY will claim the championship of this very long and drawn-out low ink. Splat Zones is off the table. That was their most recent win, so they can't do that. They can't go to anything Mako Mart related, which in this tournament I believe is tower control.
Yeah.
So slightly limited on their options.
They liked Inkblot tower control before. Oh, okay, we're going back there. We're doing that dance again.
Clan Blitz at Barnacle and Dime. It's been quite a bit since we've been here, but this is where the run.
Bad for them.
This is where the run didn't start here. This was the middle of their losers run, but we saw Voidia make one of the greatest solo plays I think I've ever seen in a low ink.
Yeah.
On this very map and mode. And if they need a jolt of life, maybe that memory will help them out here.
Maybe, but you really don't want to have to rely on a solo play like that, and without that, they would have lost this map badly, quite frankly.
And a gal that can throw walls on maps like this, that can use Zukas on a map like this.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a bad choice for them. I do think that I wouldn't have felt very comfortable on this. They had liked tower control Inkblot before. I would have almost expected them to go back there first, quite frankly, or even hump back Rainmaker. That ended up going well for them in the end. And they were a little more consistent on it. But it's Clamblitz. You just need one really good push, and you can have a solo play do that. And if they're feeling confident on it, it could work out well.
FUIT Gummy 1 game away from winning this tournament. Singularity would love nothing more than to drag some other poor defenseless team into yet another game 5 to determine the whole kit and caboodle. As we do see no real changes, nothing really fancy coming out from either side, although the decap is not out. Oh, that is worth noting, because Boydia was using decap last time on this map and mode. Instead, they're using the Dreadringer.
I do find that a little interesting. I can see the reasoning. It's probably really good for clearing out under basket, but ideally FUIT Gummy wouldn't position under basket anyway. It's not a safe spot to position. Voidia does get taken out there, and we're going to see a pretty normal Clamblitz opening of... It's going to be at least a minute of everyone just in mid trying to establish something, anything.
You know, I always wonder why I bother looking at chat. And when I do, I realize, oh yeah, it's because I forgot how stupid they are. Here we go. Less than a minute gone in the opening segment right there. Nothing's really happened as far as the scoreboard. We're doing this awkward tug of war. Oh, okay.
Okay,
tug of war has been won by Singularity.
Definitively. They maybe should have been there already. It seems like they're taking this a little slow to me, but it could still work out well for them. They've got specials online to take it slow, but 2 of them go down. Waste of a wipeout a little bit.
Oh yeah, and they're retreating and surrendering complete control of mid in the process. So now it's up to FUIT Gummy, who has resources to work with. What are you going to do with it? Yeah, a blunder there by Singularity.
Because, I know it feels scary to go into that pit, but you just had a wipeout. This is your one time you can go into the pit risk-free. Or at least if you don't, you can at least... I think they could have gotten a push of below 60 there. I think it would have been worth the risk, personally. But they're working on reclaiming mid now, and it seems like they might be able to.
Yeah, we're back to this awkward tug-of-war thing we were doing before. It's
classic.
Does somebody want to win this game? Is the question we were going to come down to.
Yeah.
I guess this could be like the 8-minute overtime is possible.
No,
but
we can't. Look, that hasn't happened since mincemeat in the first Splatoon 3 tournament. Look, we did do that once. We don't need to do it again.
Boydia not on the decap this time around, trying to build up a reslider. They do have 2 power clams to work with, and now Singularity starting to push up yet again. Surely this is going to be something on the scoreboard. It absolutely
like
will.
There we go.
2 power clams thrown in. Generally,
probably
not going to throw any more clams. Tried to go for the splat, doesn't get it. So 60, a decent score.
Yeah.
2 minutes left to go.
60 is definitely a solid start. Great pick there coming out of Singularity to keep FUIT Gummy on the back foot, to keep them from taking too much space in mid. But A42 seems to have something to say about it, as we're seeing FUIT Gummy slowly reclaiming space and looking to find a push in. They don't need to find a crazy push. They really don't need to rush it. It might even be better for them to have a slower push to eat more time off the clock in case they get a big push in.
They do have the power clam to pop it. The question is, do they have clams to kind of slowly keep it open here? It's come down to the Stamper player, who somehow outlives that. Excuse me.
Okay.
Dodging it perfectly with the ramp, and there's the lead for FUIT Gummy. There goes my esophagus as well, but there's a wipeout into favor. Go. They need to go.
Yeah,
they need to go.
Absolutely. That's a huge wipeout for Singularity to get. You never want to see a wipeout when you're the pushing team in Clamblitz. It is too fast of a mode for that. It is too aggressive of a mode for that. you gotta make sure you at least have one player left alive to slow the other team down. But it seems like Singularity is just really slow to push.
You gotta go. If you're gonna be picking a map like this, you're gonna be playing like this, you gotta go Lion. Oh, that's the most frustrating thing as a Splatling player,
painful.
when you just unload on someone and they don't go down. There's like, how many hits does this person take? But 40 seconds left to go. You pop the basket, throwing one more power clam. That's the lead for Singularity. But I like Omega pushing the narrative right there.
Yeah.
They're not going to stay back where they're going to take the fight to them.
Maybe they're
But that might
overextending.
work out into Singularity's favor. It's just the Zipcaster now.
The Zipcaster is slowing them down quite a bit. We've got the Reef Slider going in, though, but the Zipcaster taking them out. There is a jump in with the power clam, but the other power clam didn't jump to the basket. Weird situation. Generally going to be looking for a jump in. Going to be able to find it. That should be lead. There it is. With 10 seconds left on the clock, seems like we're going to be seeing a game 5 to me.
Well, they are going to get plenty of time. It all comes down to how does this push in for Singularity. Because they got lead, this will go to overtime. They have to throw in one more clam. It is the tournament that never freaking ends. We're going to a game 5.
You know, I haven't commentated a grand finals that went all the way to the last game it could in quite a while. It is always something.
I thought, too, when they didn't make that jump, it's like, oh, are they going to find a way to get there? Because, like, they're stuck. They have to jump or else the
There
game's
was another
over.
player.
But they found someone to jump to. They stayed alive long enough. You saw them just, like, bleeding their eyes into the map. Like, somebody get your butt in there so I can jump in, please. And they do. They get it. They close it out. We're going to a game 5.
We are. I have no clue what FUIT Gummy's going to pick at this point. What mode did they win on last? Tower control? They can't do tower control.
That was a lifetime ago.
It
I
sure
don't know.
was. You know what? They really are taking these games as long as they can. They're not just giving us quick games where they're trading back and forth. They're giving us overtime games consistently.
I mean, this is fantastic. Splatoon.
It is. It's amazing.
This is really.
Glad for once I remembered water before I sat down to commentate.
And I mean, the fact that Singularity is still playing at this level for this long is nothing short of miraculous. There's nothing short. I don't know.
Yeah.
Miraculous. It's impressive.
It's very impressive. I hope that they all don't have to cook dinner tonight, because cooking dinner after the run they've been on seems like the most exhausting thing I can think of personally.
I hope they're not EU and they're not like mom's not like, hey, you got to go to school in like a handful of hours here. Come on.
Oh, right. People have school. That's wild.
All right. So yes, it was Tower Control Hagglefish was the most recent win for FUIT Gummy. And they also won on Splat Zone's Umami. They can go back to Splat Zones if they want to.
But they can't go back to Umami.
They can't go back to that one. But that's really just the restrictions they have here. I don't know. I don't know
what they're going to pick. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Neither team really, they're just so even. It doesn't overly matter. They could do the funniest thing in the world to me and go Scorch Gorge Rainmaker, but nobody would do that other than me. Because I think it's funny. And I like bombs too much.
A game 5 of a Loic like this, if they're going to end it on Rainmaker, there's no way.
No, they're going to go zones.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's going to be zones somewhere. Oh, they can't go zones Hagglefish because they
could go zones Mahi, though.
Mahi. Oh, yeah. They could. Would they do that, though? I don't
know. I mean,
don't think they
I could see they're cooking. Okay, good for them.
Who said they're cooking?
Me.
Where?
They're on Clamblitz Scorch Gorge.
Chat, are you enjoying this? You having fun? Are you wait? Oh, Clamblitz Scorch Gorge.
Yeah.
Okay, not Rainmaker.
No, Rainmaker would have been funny. Clamblitz is at least real. I mean, sure. I guess. Whatever they want to do. I mean, it's still, it's a very exciting map. Clamblitz is a very exciting mode. It's an exciting mode to end on because wild overtime pushes can happen.
All right, chat, let us know. Who are you rooting for in this do or die game 5? Do you want FUIT Gummy to go home the champions, or are you falling in love with the Singularity love story that's going out right
I mean, the narrative of Singularity winning this is something else.
whatever team gets the most support in chat will be the team that wins. You guys will determine who wins this tournament. And if the team you are rooting for doesn't win it, it's because of you. You didn't believe enough in them. We need some belief going on in chat. And like maybe like a shot of V8 juice or whatever, energy drink of something to help us get through this set.
They do make a V8 energy drink. It's very good. It's fruit flavored.
This is it. For real this time. The actual final game of this low ink
That's
that will
finally
never be
going
played
to
again. Maybe this is the last low ink we'll ever do. Who knows?
I mean, depends
Game
on how good
5.
this game is.
No surprises. Voidia is going to go down with the re-slider, not the decav. In this game, it worked out for them in the last game here.
I'm surprised they don't go bubble here, though. Bubble's so strong here.
If you could pop it near the enemy basket, yes. But if you can find ways to get those re-sliders around that corner and start pushing the enemy team back. Let's see. Do we have like a hero play? Do we have somebody who's capable of just kind of popping off and taking over?
We have two players that I can think of easily that are capable. And that's A42 and Voidia.
Voidia. Right
As
here.
you can tell, sometimes commentators also get
it's incredible these teams are just
Yeah.
kind of going at it.
I don't know
There's
how they're
way they
doing
have
it.
anything left mentally here.
No.
Opening minutes goes to nobody right now as we're doing kind of like the last Clan Blitz game, taking some time to feel each other out to figure out how we want to go through this. Not swimming forward into the Booyah Bomb, instead backing up and waiting to use
Good choice.
the Zipcaster.
Zipcaster coming out, looking to take out specifically the Clam, not going to be able to. Did kind of separate them from their team a bit, at least. The Gal looking to try and poke around corners, but getting pushed out by the Blaster. The Blaster, we have not talked about a lot, but has been putting on so much pressure for Singularity, but does get sliced.
A42 not wanting to use the Zipcaster. I mean, they want to use the Zipcaster to get rid of the Splatling, but the Splatling usually does a good job of countering stuff like that, so it's a little bit tricky to figure out how to... Are we in a fever dream? What's going on here? We just keep going back to this spot and jumping back to mid.
You know what? A42's having the time of their life, I think.
Wee! It's game 5 of low ink. Just getting the wiggles out right here. Is A42 now trying to make something happen. Gets a trade right here, and here comes Lion around the left side of the grate with the strikes going on the right side. It looks like they were trying to pincer the zone. Now they're backing off.
I think the Reef Slider forced them to have to back off there, forced them to have to wait on this push. They do have mid fully under their control still. They picked off the Blaster. They have a cooler out. I don't quite know how they get forward from here, though. They just don't have entry specials. That's been the thing with them consistently. They have to rely on their players getting crazy picks without entry specials. And that's not ideal. Like, technically they have Zipcaster, but Zipcaster isn't that consistent.
Cutter getting caught off on their own along the right side as two players start to go down to the side of FUIT Gummy. This might be the opening push. So we are not going to get that awkward tie situation. The game will end here at some point as a pretty decent score is being put up by Singularity, but you don't want to lose too many players in this process. You don't want to get wiped. Look, here comes the counter push very quickly. Maybe a little bit too quickly.
Okay. No, it seems like they might be okay here. Definitely a little faster than you want to be since the basket hadn't opened yet. But able to toss the clam in, able to start claiming space. Hunter able to get a good number of clams along with that cooler to allow them to take the risk of going in. Not going to be enough. 80 is not what you want to see. Lion having to... Weird Booyah Bomb. I'm going to be real. Weird Booyah Bomb.
There's going to be a lot of weird plays in this next minute and 40 seconds.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, what do you have
Players
left
are tired.
at this point? A minute 30 left to go. A42 trying to make some plays along that right side. The push by FUIT Gummy. Another empty push that they have to use in this set right here. Gets a trade with the Blaster, but two players going down from the side of Singularity. Lion trying to find a way to get the clam in there. Just says there's nothing there. I need to stay alive with this.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to stay alive. They just need one good push. They don't want to risk losing mid here. They have trip strikes. That's really it. They probably didn't want to use them in mid, but they did get used in mid, so at least they're going to hold mid, I guess. They find the shot. The Blaster's on that top area again. Gets cleaned up. This is Clam Blitz.
Is this Clam Blitz? Is this a winnable score for Singularity?
It is, I think.
Just because they're trying to have the Zipcaster accomplish something. They're trying to have the Zipcaster blow the doors wide open, and it keeps working out in the traits. Oh, that's huge. That's huge. Two players going down. Booyah gets popped. Will that be enough? They do pop the basket. I don't think they have enough clams to get the lead. Actually, they do. Just one more. They get the lead in the final 20 seconds. What a play by the Zipcaster. Finally, it works.
Yeah, you don't want to have to rely on plays like that, but it's great when they do work out. They still want to try and get mid here. You don't want to have to play that much defense, especially with the blaster around. It is dangerous in this corner with the blaster. Seems like they're going to have to, though. They just need to take out the power clam. Going to be able to find one. Will they find another? No, the Reef Slider comes out. Power clam goes in. They don't need a lot here, but it's just the blaster. Blaster doesn't have clams.
Oh, that's it. That's it. They've run out. They've run out of players to jump in there. Just 2 clams short.
Oh my god.
After all of that, the run through losers, the bracket reset, the final game 5. Fruit Gummy finally closes this tournament out, and Singularity falls 2 clams short of one of the greatest runs of all time. Fruit Gummy finally wins it.
Wow. I mean, that was a miracle play by their Stamper. It's great that it worked. I don't like seeing teams rely on plays like that. I don't think that's a consistent way to play the game.
It was their only chance. I mean, that's all they had. They kept trying it over and over and over again, and it just worked out to be trades or the Splatling just went straight up the fight. That time, they finally got the Zipcaster in a situation where the Splatling wasn't ready for it, and that ended the whole game right there. That one Zipcaster just ended it.
Wow. A little sloppy there at the end by both teams, but what can you expect when they've been playing so much over the last 2 days, especially for Singularity? I'm sure they are beyond exhausted mentally at this point.
By the way, let's wrap this up.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, we'll give them their flowers, I'm sure, but I mean, like, this is it. I don't even think it's Inkfair's birthday anymore where they are. I think that's how long this has been going on. All right, Fruit Gummy, they win. Fantastic run through them. Hats off to Singularity. One of the best efforts in a second place team of Lowink history. Just 2 clams short at the very end. But that's going to do it for us here today. We got stuff to do. Nox, where can people find you?
You can find me at MomoCon later this week on Blue Sky and YouTube at NoxRaven42. I interview players sometimes.
And you can find me on this very channel tomorrow, 6 o'clock Eastern Daylight Time, the Popcast. We're going to be recapping Lowink, and I might tease one of the greatest projects that's going to be coming out in this community this entire year. From all of us that's been a part of this thing, I forget the closing we do here. Myself, Hoenn Hero, and Brush, the head TOs for this tournament. Our lovely and talented streamer, Inkfair, for being here this entire weekend, all the commentators, all the staff, all the players, all the viewers. We thank you for being a part of this edition of Lowink. We will see you back next month. Congratulations once again to FUIT Gummy, your May Lowink 2025 champions.